Dun, 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 dun. And you never know, guys. You just never know. What's up, Jay? Yeah. What the? Dare you kick me out? What's up, Colin? Do I play with viewers? I do. I do indeed. Interesting. Actually, now we do play. We're gonna probably test like the new update is out. Let me just get the energy out there. The new update is out. I haven't played since it came out. You might ask why, Troy, and it was because I just didn't want to do it. I didn't feel like it. That's right. I didn't feel like doing it. But here we are. We're gonna play the new update, Survivor Killer. We're gonna get a taste of nothingness because I did anything even happen in this update? Did we wait 8 years for nothing to happen? It's kind of the vibe I got anyway. Uh, 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 I think behavior is pathetic on purpose. It's possible. By possible, I mean most likely. Alrighty. Yeah. Send a friend request through Steam, probably the easiest way to do it. Doesn't show my name. Yeah. The whole in-games friends list thing is pretty bad. The another way you can try is oh wait, hold on. Let me check something too. Not that I'm like appearing hidden or something cringe. No, I'm online. Yeah. You're on PS5? Yeah, it's no issue. Yeah, my thing is it's Choi hashtag DE49. Choi hashtag DE. Do you think they know I live in Deutschland and that's why they're doing DE? 49. But the problem is that you can like send me the friend request, but it might not pop up because yeah, it's really finicky with console. It's Choi hashtag DE49. Let's run a solo queue match in the interim, get a taste of what's going on out there in the wild. I have no pending invites. It's already sus. Are you invited? I'll check it. Ace in a gray suit. You can't see my message. In a gray suit. Hello, Choi. Was that your official creator code? Of course it was. Why doesn't it let me add you? There's this really odd thing when it comes to like console and PC where it's like the PC player always has to add the console player. Is what I've noticed. Did I ever play the casting of Frank Stone? Yeah, I thought it was actually really bad. Like I've played every super massive game that's come out, but that one in particular was just very linear in my opinion. Not like it was pretty cucky too. Like it felt like almost nothing could happen to the entire game. and then they like all got rushed really quick at the end because that's the laziest way to do it when you make that type of game, right? That way you don't have so many different paths. Match details? What the fuck is this? Yeah, there's a match details. Hey, why don't you put more stuff on my screen, Ubisoft? Give me a fucking compass, too, so I know what north, south, west, and east is. You think everybody hated it? I hope they did. It was pretty terrible. You got the bronze 4 playing Vecna. I think Vecna has got to be up there with like one of the best designed killers in the game. We were trying out that Gen Rush build last time we played. It was actually kind of nasty how fast we were doing gens. Yeah, we got 1 gen done. We should have had 3 done. That's how inefficient this team is. We should have had 3 gens done already. And then we only got 1. Alright, I'll take a look at it. I can copy and paste though, I'm on PC, so it's super easy. People are still not using Resurgence in 2025. Like, are you insane to not use Resurgence in 2025? What perk can you possibly be getting more value out of than fucking Resurgence? What the fuck was that noise? Is that detectable? No. Why do I have this like fart heartbeat? I have a fart beat. Oh wait, this girl's dying on hook. Ah, never mind. Good job, Ace. Wasn't paying any attention. Afraid that they might be in the ship, but I kind of want to get back to work on that gen in there. Where did he get downed at over there? Hey, look at me! I don't have Resurgence because I'm Sable. I can't look at good perks because I'm too busy gooning. These motherfuckers, honestly. Just start running, we'll make it. Dude, we'll make it, no joke, is like still like 60% slower than Resurgence. Like, that's how fucking crazy broken that perk is. This thing in her hair, by the way, looks like a fucking bald spot. They didn't pull it off well at all. It's crazy to me not to use Resurgence. Like, you gotta have the absolute best build ever known to man to justify not using Resurgence. This team doesn't have what it takes, by the way. They don't got what it takes. Efficiency is way too slow. Now, if she had Resurgence already, healed. That quick, she would have been healed. Now look how much longer they have to heal. The killer is going to get to them by the time they finish healing and probably get a free hit. If she doesn't interrupt the heal. And instantly got the hit. See what I mean? What are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? Put the fucking perk on. Holy shit, people. Like, what do you think you're playing here? We're not gonna make it. Ace just has to heal them the whole game. And she's dead. So maybe I can at least get us down to 1 gen. By the way, I've done every generator. Every one of them. Like, I sometimes just wonder what's happening. Like, I get it. Ace is on, like, he's on save patrol. So he's, like, I feel like me and Ace are really fucking hard carrying this match right now. You have to leave her, she's dead. With any luck, I can find Ace. I don't know where he is. I'm just gonna start working on another gen just in case. Nah. She doesn't commit to that, yeah. Wait, is this the gen? Yeah, kill her or stop the gen. What's she gonna do? Adrenaline would have been sexy there. You run Ace in the Hole Dramaturgy Vigil. Ace in the Hole? Is that so that, like, when you use Dramaturgy, you get, like, a good item on your thingy? Is she choosing not to kill anybody because she wants to D-rank her MMR? My bald spot. What's up, D-man? Okay, she's dead. That guy wants to die too. Oh. I'm gonna sandbag that guy because he, like, whirled into me when I tried to run past him. Maybe he was dodging the dog though. Now, another easy solo queue victory. Did you guys know that out of every survivor perk in the entire game, Breakout has the lowest win rate of every single perk in the entire game? Meaning that if you have a teammate running Breakout, the chances of them dying is, like, pretty much guaranteed. Ooh. What the hell? Alright, that was wrong. No. Here. Okay. God, I forgot there's a garbage rip pass in the background. Looks like we finished it. I'm not paying for the why do I want this? Can somebody explain to me why I should pay money for that? Like, just realistically. I mean, you can look at the whole outfit. So, like, do you want to pay for this? I mean, the muttons are okay. Like, these characters, like, whoever came up with this idea is just... What the fuck are you smoking, bro? The trickster one's okay. That's a PNG, but we'll let it go. He can look like a shitty Elvis impersonator. I mean, I think that's the actual intention, but it's a reskin of that Elvis skin, so it doesn't really make any sense. What am I supposed to be here? Fucking Captain Douchebag? Like, who nobody would wear a stained glass outfit. Let me guess, there's no headpiece? Well, 2026, guys, get hyped for the headpiece. Don't you want to be G's Torio? Man. Man, oh man, oh man. What happened to Outlast? The devs killed it. They, well, I mean, like, I want to be clear, they killed the PvP, not the game. They, nerfed the imposter so severely that nobody, like, it's just a complete waste of your fucking time. It's literally a complete waste of your time. There isn't anything good to say about it. $59 days left? And what? Until Stranger Things? Is that... Have they... the last, like, year of rips has been pretty ass. $59 days left in the rift. Holy shit. Why is it so long? Sable has a skin with her feet out? Does she even know what that is? Skelantos, much appreciated for the 27 months of cringe locked in. Holy moly, I get to catch a stream for like 5 minutes. I've been working a ton, so I don't have much time these days. I feel you. I feel you. Insane. Much appreciated. Hey, don't forget to press the back button to see the match details. Oh no, it's boring incarnate. I've come to bowl you. I will bowl you to death with my boring gameplay mechanic of just injuring you over and over again. Holy fat! Get out of my way! I literally got sandwiched. Bro, how do I always run across... it's a curse, man. If there's corrupt intervention, I will literally be seeing every single corrupt gen every single time, I guarantee you. You like the build I have? It seems rather interactive, doesn't it? Bro, I'm telling you, like, in a few years from now, every perk in this game isn't even gonna have a function. It's just gonna be like, do gen 12% faster, heal 3% slower. Legion and Houndmaster is kind of well, Legion's not so weird, but Houndmaster is definitely odd. I think that's the first time I played against Houndmaster where it didn't tell me I was going to play against her in the loading screen. Haha! Countered you with sprint burst, you like that ass? How about like pre-drop? Uh oh, someone's injured in that corner. That's not good. He's gonna hear that. Well, we can't all be sprint burst vigilers, can we, Sable? Good luck with that. You saw twins in the past 2 days. Got Chase. It's still gonna be the first one to finish a gen. Yeah. Classic Dead by Daylight. Toki was genuinely unplayable last night. Do you think that, like, if you went into a Swift and you, like, maxed out your MMR in a Swift, winning every match for, like, 3 days straight, and then you went and played solo queue, the game would give you, like, the best teammates? Or do you think it would fuck you up and, like... Oh, good old boy, we all get what she wanted! Uh-oh. I don't know why I turned British, guys. It happens sometimes. We went for it. Had to get out of that spot. Shit. That's what Overwatch did. It's why, like, Overwatch really pissed me off, is it would, like, constantly give you the shittiest fucking teammates known to man because it thought that you could carry them, and it was so annoying. That gen at the top still isn't finished? That's kind of crazy, actually. What's up, Doobie Addict? Ah. Happy affiliate anniversary. Oh, really? I didn't even know. Thanks for reminding me. Did you give me a gift? You've been playing mostly Billy now? Nice. Fuck them health states. Gen Rushers, assemble! God, Legion, how does them two hook states feel, brother? Right. I have to go for that save. We could get snowballed here. The only danger of not healing is if your team goes down too quick. You can be in a really, really dangerous spot. The thing is after I unhook her, I'll get a sprint burst instantly. And then if he chases me, I can sprint burst again out of it. So that's pretty solid. Nice. The deal. I think she's giving up. Where's the exit gate? Oh, you got a chase? Oh. Okay. We need to get to an exit gate and then maybe we can reset and try to get him out, but we have a lot of time if we don't get desperate. I don't think anyone's opened an exit gate yet, though. Save blast. Okay. I was a dangerous exit gate to go for because it's right next to him. Definitely got to be careful. Might die for that decision. Good. The funny thing is, it's like because she did that, I don't think I can get him off in time. Might. Alright, I'm using my sprint burst. We need to get there. Make her watch! Oh, the dead hard flags. That was just unnecessary. Match is already over. Yep. We did what had to be done. Dumpstered alive. People were telling me that this, like, that this update made, like, the game super killer-sided. Not seeing it yet. All censored for good because they added Sheriff Rick. I gotta get rid of this bald spot, bro. Drive me crazy. Gotta have something else she can use. Almost time for the Christmas Jane, huh? Do I have that? No. I was gonna say, I don't remember having no Christmas Jane skin. Unless they gave it away. Hey. Oh, there. Hey. Get my sub the other day. To be fair, most people bitching that patch is killer-sided are people who suck at looping. I mean, it's gonna be the same story as always, right? You're gonna dumpster every, like, killer until you play against, like, an S tier, or your teammates just give up because they don't want to play against the killer. Those are, like, the only two things you actually lose to. Like, it's gotta be, like, Ghoul, Blight, Nurse, Dracula. It's gotta be, like, one of the, like, you know, high A S tier killers, or you're just gonna win if your team doesn't give up. Up zug zug. Mage spotted in the wild. That's not a mage. Look, she's got a mask on. Clearly not a mage. Well, see, I don't really understand what happened because like I was under the impression that when Dead by Daylight swapped over to Unreal Engine 5 that they completely built the game back up again from like the ground up to make the switch. But it doesn't feel like they did that. It feels like they used Epic's like automatic updater that just automatically like transitions your game from Unreal Engine 4 or whatever the hell it was to Unreal Engine 5. And that's why there's so many issues now, and like every time it's like they basically brought back the spaghetti code. Join your fucking around, you bastard. Match details. That's the most Ubisoft feature I've seen in a minute. I really don't like. It's not a huge deal, but I just don't like it. Kind of lame. That gen's on. Can we troll? Oh, Myers. He's gonna see them. So let's preemptively realize that's gonna happen and run over here. Start working on gens where there's no Myers at. Split the presh. I think Myers is pretty good. I think that he, I mean, they made him dash slop and ruined his identity, but he's definitely a pretty good killer. Well, we lose. That's enough. No, I don't ever lose in what I play Dead by Daylight. Holy shit. Drilling Trimmers, Grim Embrace. That's an interesting combo, honestly. Ads should just pop right up on your screen, you know? Just solo queuing? I'm duoing right now with JJ. To be honest though, like, if he hooks this girl and then like the ace goes down, we should just probably let him down us so we can abandon. You remember, there's no point in playing Dead by Daylight if you're not gonna win the match. What I thought. They really fucked up with the whole Unreal Engine 5 thing. Because I feel like the game's become way buggier. It's just kind of a... beat of Unreal Engine. Holy gen defense. I'd kill this bot if I could. Like, if I had a gun, I would fucking shoot this bot in the fucking face. This is actually a kind of a devious build. I mean, obviously you don't get much value out of it if, like, you're not downing every single person on the team, and also you just know, huh? Bro knows everything. He's like, sprint burst. Nope. Yeah, the node system is crazy. Like, you would have to, like, if you were building a game up from, like, the ground up, and maybe you could, like, maybe you could do it in a way where you organized it properly with, like, a battle plan for the coding, but the way theirs looks, it's probably just a fucking network of just a complete disaster. Hey guys, don't worry, we'll get one gen done. He downed me and I didn't like it. So I left. Boom, boom, boom. Hope the games are well. This one's not going too well, but the other two were fine. Bro's looking around that killer shack. He's like really dedicated to the idea that I'm there. Happy affiliate day. Appreciated, Sent. Why'd the guy DC? He got down in literally the first 10 seconds and he was like, nah. Nah, I don't like it. Kind of a scary place to go against the Myers at. Goodbye, Meg. I would Myers above Nurse. Call me crazy. Yeah, it's true. Myers is pretty much debatably the new best killer in the game. It's not really that obvious who the best killer in the game is anymore because Myers is so strong. Oh, this is kind of a shit. Oh, my hook without that hook killed me. I would have made it too. Bro has the pickup perk as well. What perks don't you have, you bastard? Alright, no, that might be an add-on. Oh my god, get us out of this match. This is like completely unwinnable, and since you get nothing for like, you get nothing by the way in the game for trying when you're in a match you're not gonna win in. You get nothing. There's no reason to play it. There's no reason to play it out, Myers. We get nothing in this match. Jesus Christ, why are you so tall? Why the fuck are you so tall, bro? You cheating? What the fuck is this guy? He's like 13 feet tall. Is that normal? Why am I so short? What's happening? Have you seen 123 after the update? Hackers are using a cheat with 123 where they increase the range across the map and is a complete chance. So guys, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret that the hackers immediately gleefully told me the second the update came out. Behavior accidentally undid like all of their fucking like all of their work for anti-cheat since 2022. So the devs like of the hacking group are literally like putting back in their cheats as they were from like 2022 again, like during the worst possible cheater epidemic we ever had. Can I heal myself? No, I can't. You have to be injured to heal yourself. If you had a squad, I'd challenge you to a duel on my artist. Feeling good for some reason tonight. I'd like to do some stuff like that. We only have a duo at the moment, though. Oh god.
Yeah.
Good joy, boy. Yeah, so like there's a good chance you might see some like really over the top hacks that haven't been possible since 2022, like the what you would call it. Good rag. The self unhook thing, or like the hook yourself wherever you want thing. Cause of death? Cringe. Alright, now somebody go into Grok and bring her back to life with AI. Bom bom bom. I could just abandon by the. You literally can't do anything to me because I can abandon now. Free leave if I don't get to win. That's the situation I'm in right now. If I don't get to win the game, I get to leave for free. That's where we're at as a video game, as a competitive game. I can leave and escape for free if I don't get to escape. The game's like, if you're not having a good time, just so you know, you can leave it. Here, let me show you. There, see? Right, it's like, you can abandon, don't forget. Ubisoft. If you're not gonna win, you don't feel like you need to stay, please. Where's the hatch? I earned it. I earned the hatch. That. If I escape through the hatch, it counts as a draw, right? I want my win straight through the exit gate. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, they changed all this stuff. Wow, it kind of almost looks like a real game. Where's the scratch mark thing? Is it in here? Scratch mark color. Purple would probably be pretty savage. That definitely wasn't in the dev stream because I remember people saying they should add it. In the right to survivor, it can count as a draw or even a win, but with the killers, even if you're being held hostage, it counts as a loss, but not a draw. What the fuck? Sometimes it can be unfun when you're playing Survivor and you're not gonna win the game. Down, round, round. What's this guy doing all day? He's standing on the hatch. Listen, if he threatens me in any way, I abandon. I will not be threatened in my own gen simulator repair game. This is bullshit. I see him as a hatch camper and I race him a gen rusher. It's gonna make me draw. Bullshit. A hold one button video game. Uh-oh, Mage isn't happy, guys. Why, Laura? You should have fucking killed her. What? He says, why, Laura? You should have fucking killed her on Ace. That's what he said, apparently. It's a Meg. You'll be thrown in the good old Deutschlands. What killer or survivor? I'm guessing it was him that I had the hyper-focus thing on? No. Him. I was using Blast Mine, huh? Get your leggy cheeks in here. You always do that. Like invite thing like trolls me because I think it says that somebody wants to join and I go to click this. There's nothing you can do to make survivors good at the game. Dust. Like there is quite literally nothing you can do to make a bad survivor good at the game. You could give them every perk in the game and all of the information and they would still pathetically lose. That's like one of the biggest problem points that behavior doesn't understand. Like they literally are unsavably bad. Blue and crayons. Guys, I saw a video today, and I'm pretty sure... Hold on, let me check to make sure so that I'm not talking out of my cheeks here. Maybe we can react to it, actually, if you want. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's from a YouTuber. And this YouTuber uploaded a video called The Untold Story of the Worst Balanced Game Ever Made. And the game, of course, he's talking about is Dead by Daylight, and he's not a DVD YouTuber at all. So I think that's hilarious. Like, I really want to watch it because it's like, it's not just some like, you know, like small video. Like, it's got millions and millions of views. It's from a DVD YouTuber, or from not a DVD YouTuber, so it's going to be like a really interesting point of view about the game, I think. Just like, what is a person who's normal looking in at Dead by Daylight and has like a brain gonna think about Dead by Daylight? And that was before this year. Imagine if he made it a year later. He came out a year ago. I liked DVD Mobile. It was like old school classic DVD. We have someone with corrective action on the team. That's definitely Fang. There's no chance that's not Fang. It's a Ghoul. This isn't one of his best maps, at least. Good early game pressure from the Ghoul. I tell imagine if actual good devs saw behavior spaghetti code and how they balance, they would probably have a heart attack. As there's... I felt like my whole team like Scooby-Doo through that room. Ooh, that was a frame drop and a half. Hey, like, let's be inefficient. This is a good gen to get done, so I don't think it's the worst to double team it. Bill's healing himself because it's real scary when there's a ghoul on the loose. It can instantly hurt you. This killer's making me upset. I think we should give up. Don't play out the match. We're not gonna win. What's the point? I'm not really sure. I think the power reduction might only be on like certain maps. But I've played like today mostly just like the very static maps like Dead Dog Saloon, the game. What else did we play on? Nostromo felt exactly the same to me as always. Freddy Fazbear's felt the same to me. I don't know. Give him the juice, Fang. Give him the juice. Nah. You want to get healed? Put Resurgence on, Bill. I'll have to revert that change on Swamp. Survivors could fill an empty pre-made slot with the chat system, you know? That makes sense. That's true. Having comms with some kind of comms, imagine. Like just enjoy that blast mine, Ghoul, you turd burglar. Give me that notification. I want to see it. You see me? Bro, like, they let him hold it forever! At full human speed! It makes no fucking sense. Because the killer literally is the most brain-dead monkey killer they ever added to the game, and they wonder why everybody plays it. What is that vaulting speed? Not too bad, no pallet. Oh. Oh, what's up? Just tell me unironically, man. Killer is super easy now when they reverted pallets. I'm sure. It's crazy how they like play tricks on people so much with like the reverse psychology gutter. Oh shit, he's gonna teleport straight back here, I think. I don't have resurgence, you don't either. Let's go die. Holy, where the fuck is the last gen at? Apocalypse? This is done too, bro. I don't know where the last gen is at. There's one over there. Oh, okay. One up top. One in here too. Alright. I'll stay on the outside spot in case he comes here. I need to read my map real quick. Alright, so we have a pallet back that way. I could probably sprint first too. I might go out depending on which direction he comes from. They'll have like self-care? How many times has this guy healed himself this map? I think he's gonna hook him right next to us. Might still be too late though, unless he's downstairs. Yeah. Can't be in 4 places at once, so even if he decides to come kill me, then... Sometimes you gotta heal. Alright, so the goal is we heal and then we leave Bill to die. He's not one of us. Not worth of dying over trying to save some Bill. I don't think we could, like, anyway, to be completely 100% with you guys. I think his distraction of dying is probably our best bet at escaping. I remember the rules. He has to walk. Alright, he saw. Teabagging? I just like, I don't feel the need to teabag, but I need them to move. Like, they have to see me go, like, leave, you know? Or else did it ever actually really happen? What the fuck? Bill abandoned, so he didn't lose either, by the way. Make him watch! M left. Wow, he had Bloods of Rage. Makes sense for Ghoul, doesn't it? It's funny that they give Ghoul like the cooldown on his power after he breaks pallets, but they don't give it to Blight, who breaks pallets instantly with Brutal Strength base kit without even needing a perk. Easy 4-man escape. Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll play until I die. Or we lose the game. All right, let's go with lose. Like, we lose the game. Or I die. We lose the game and I die. How about that? When I lose the game and we die, we'll react to that video, then we'll probably play Killer after that. That's what I'm thinking. Do you guys ever just get the urge to sell everything you own and move into a van and just drive around the world until you inevitably die in a car accident? Every day? Your dad says that all the time. Dude, I saw these people in Germany that had this fucking crazy van set up I've never seen anybody have before, where they had like a, you know, like kind of your typical van life type setup, but where they had a kitchen, and the like on the side of the kitchen they had like a bathroom. But if you went into the bathroom, you could, like, the entire kitchen was on like a pulley system, and you could push it over, and behind the kitchen there was like a full shower hidden behind the kitchen that you could open up, like a full-size shower. I was like, that's the craziest idea I've ever seen in my life, and I've never seen anyone else do it. But it's smart, right? Like, there's nothing, like the shower doesn't actually take up really any space because there's nothing in it. It's just an empty room. So you can basically put something on top of it. We got Dead Sands. Why did Behavior ever add this killer-sided baby map? I'm disgusted. And it's Dracula. Do you guys remember when we 2-boxed and we never played against these, like, killers ever? Okay, Sable. Cool. Dracula's really strong on this map, too. Like, this is one of his best maps. He can pretty much fuck you up at every loop. Sent you a Steam request in case we ever get a chance to throw down. Sounds nice. That means we would be one player away from doing the artist test. Friends till the end, huh? Oh my god. Oh, I hate S-tiers, brother. What the fuck is this loot? Oh. Yeah. How the fuck are you supposed to play that? It's like... I think you need to already have the pouts pre-dropped in order to play that tile. Yeah, drivers are really bad. People are just insane. Turning my brain off. Eee! My horse instructor once told me she hitchhiked in someone's white van and we were laughing about the fact, wow, you almost became a documentary. Yeah, that's pretty crazy to do, honestly. Oh, there's drivers that just aren't bad, but just don't even care a little bit our traffic laws and killing people. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, in Germany, if you want to get a driver's license, you're probably looking at paying something like $3,000 to $4,000. I don't know. Like, it's expensive as shit. It takes a long time to get the lessons, and like, you can fail and have to pay that money again, right? It's super stressful and crazy. Hurry, Sable, get down so we can abandon it. It never happened. Sable! Sable! In America, you can get your driver's license in like 5 seconds. Never happened. Enjoy cleaning up the bots. Idiot. Easy escape, by the way. See? Easy. Easy is free. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you don't think you're gonna win, just win. You know? Like, if you're like, oh, I might not win this match, just go win it by giving up. Statistically, it counts as an escape. Alright. Now that we've peaked. As someone from Florida, I can confirm one time me and my mom were driving down the street and an incoming speeding car turned and completely slammed into another car. Front row seats to the show. I've been in the opposite side of that. Not so fun, that's for sure. Alright, let's YouTube does this like weird thing where like if you look at a video for 2 seconds, it pretends you watch the entire thing.
Hi, wir sind Picknick, Supermarkt auf Rädern. Wir liefern deinen.
Oh wait, I don't need to watch German ads to do this. There's another way I can do it. Sometimes I forget I have a YouTube Premium account. Opera. No. Don't be cringe. I need Chrome. What is it looking at right now? Oh. Ah, perfect. Yeah, so this is a video from R&D Thursday. 2.4 million views, came out 1 year ago. This is a guy who is not a Dead by Daylight content creator. So we're going to see what is the game like from an outside perspective. It should be interesting. Let me cook the audio down a little bit. Let me know if it's loud enough or if it is too loud.
In the vast universe of gaming, plenty of franchises have been declared imbalanced, rightfully so or not. But with all the hate that these games receive, there can only be one that sits upon the throne of salt and be crowned. In this video, we're not just exploring a game, we're exploring a phenomenon, an aberration, a creation that, intentionally or not, might never be balanced. This is the untold story of Dead by Daylight. Games like League of Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, and many others have all faced balancing challenges in the past. Certain characters, items, or other mechanics can be wildly overtuned and create a horrible environment for anyone playing against it. However, the one thing all of these games have going for them is that the players are all using the same fundamental rules. Dota, for example, pits two teams against each other in a race to see who can destroy the opponent's main structure, the Ancient, first. Both teams must kill other players, destroy towers, complete side objectives, and push down similar looking lanes. Even though your heroes and roles might be different, the goal and main gameplay mechanics remain the same for everyone. This is called soft asymmetry. Strong asymmetric games are like Left 4 Dead, where one side is a group of humans shooting their way through hordes of zombies to reach a safe zone, while the opposing side is a group of zombies with unique powers that are hell-bent on stopping the humans from reaching said safe zone. In Dead by Daylight, you can either assume the role of a single killer or one of the 4 survivors. As a killer, your goal is to kill and hook every single survivor in the game. As a survivor,
I wonder if he's going to be survivor side or
by
killer
completing all
side.
5 generators and escaping through the exit gates, or being the last survivor alive and escaping through the hatch. This asymmetry creates an interesting challenge. Whereas the survivors are incentivized to avoid the killer at all costs and just do generators, the killer is instead incentivized to find as many survivors as possible to prevent them from doing generators and eventually kill them. Now, it wouldn't be very fun if survivors would die as soon as they're found. So there are various mechanics that are included with the survivor kit that allows them to interact with the killer without immediately dying. Survivors can run away from the killer using pallets and windows to make as much distance as possible between
He's using
two.
base
If you are
perks,
ever eventually
like
caught,
pretty
other
basic
survivors
perks.
can unhook you, heal you, or even stun the
This is
killer to
definitely
prevent you
like
from being
a-
put on the hook in the first
I'm
place.
assuming
If the
I'm
last half
more
of the
of
survivor
a
section sounded
low
way more
MMR
entertaining
player,
than
which would
do
make sense,
generators,
right?
congratulations, you just found the fatal flaw in Dead by Daylight's game design. As a quick reminder and recap for this section, killers win by killing 3 or more survivors. Survivors win by surviving. Survivors only win if they do generators and escape. And the most interesting and engaging part of the game for survivors is being chased by the killer. This is also usually the most engaging part of playing killer as well, using your unique power to outsmart the survivors and eventually catch them. So now, after we all understand how Dead by Daylight plays, let's look through its history of balance and see
His
the
killer
creative
perks
ways
are a
the
little bit
players have
better.
found to not play the game. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
I think the
Besides being
EUs are
something I've
okay
seen on a
now.
Modern Warfare 2 loading screen, that quote is actually Newton's third law and pretty aptly describes how early Dead by Daylight was. In 2016, when the game first released, it was, without a doubt, the most broken version of Dead by Daylight. In this version, survivors had access to something that we can only call infinites. These were sections of the map that were so imbalanced you could run a killer there infinitely. No matter how good a killer was, all a survivor had to do was run the route correctly, and the killer would have absolutely zero chance of ever catching them. Killers who didn't know and therefore would never break off chase would often get frustrated that they could never catch the survivors, meanwhile all the generators are being done around them. And so, if you think you're never going to be able to catch that survivor again once you finally got
People
them on the hook, are you ever
unironically
going to let
want
them
to go
go?
back
The
to this
answer for some
version of the
killers
game
is
where-
no. In 2016, there was no
Imagine.
penalty for camping hooks in Dead by Daylight, so more often than not, you would have a trapper place a trap right underneath the hooked player and stare directly at them for the next few minutes, waiting until they finally
Yeah,
died.
the
There was
look
next to
was
nothing
way
any other survivor
more-
could do, so getting caught often meant
Like-
getting killed. And while nice survivors
I don't know,
avoided
what's
the
the word
infinites
for it?
and nice killers avoided face camping other survivors, if at the end of the day all you wanted to do was win, there was no penalty for using either of these
It
mechanics.
definitely used to have a
Later that
really
year, as the
hardcore
game was
vibe
still
that
in quite a
they
broken
lost
state,
completely.
Behavior would release a DLC for the game which added a new killer, the Nurse. If infinites and permanently looping killers was the action, the Nurse was the reaction. She has, ever since her release, always been one of the top 2 killers in the entire game. And 8 years later, after numerous nerfs, she's still number 1.
Starting, of course, with the Queen of Dead by Daylight, the Nurse. So the Nurse has been the strongest killer in the game for a long time, and by the looks of it, it looks like she will continue to be number 1 for a very long time.
Her killer power allows her to blink through walls, ceilings, pallets, windows, ignoring just about every mechanic in the game that would allow survivors to escape. The perfect reaction to survivors that would run the killers around for
Seems
as long as they
logical to have
wanted.
that killer in the game, right?
If you thought infinites and camping hooks was the worst problem at this time, think again. Hatches in old Dead by Daylight couldn't be closed by killers. There also was no endgame collapse yet, which is essentially a timer that will automatically end the game and prevent standoffs like this. So what would end up happening is the killer would find the hatch and wait for the survivor there. If the survivor tried to do the animation to escape through the hatch, the killer could grab them and instantly throw them over their shoulders so that they could go hook them. However, if killers hit survivors, there's a small cooldown on their attack and the survivor's hitbox is disabled, meaning the survivor could run through the killer and escape through the hatch without the killer being able to do anything. Because of this, you would have famously
the
long
developers,
standoffs,
guys.
some
Speak
being
developers.
hours long, where both the survivor and the killer refuse to do anything else with their life except win a game of Dead by Daylight.
Theoretically, there's nothing I can do at this point.
I love how he's just fucking eating
I'm
pasta.
just
like
wasting her
Tony
time
Soprano.
while I eat. Oh, bottles, I know. All right, guys, I'll be back in a few. Oh, forgot to play.
Oh, she was stream sniping.
Guess what, bitch? I got a controller for your ass.
Back in the wild, wild west of Dead by Daylight, the hatch wasn't just available to the lone survivor left. It would actually be revealed once enough generators were done. If 4 survivors were alive, you needed all 5 generators to be completed before it was revealed. If 3 survivors were alive, you needed 4.
Yeah, you used to be able to get
However, this merely revealed
3 people out of the hatch,
Actually,
right?
unlocking it
Or 4
required a
people
key,
even.
an item that survivors can find around the map or bring with them at the beginning of the game, and upon interacting with the hatch, would open it. This
He
meant that
just
survivors didn't have to
basically
wait
kind
to
of
open
showed
the
why
exit
they
gates to
removed
escape.
it.
They merely had to
It
wait
led
until
to
they
a
had enough
hatch
generators
standoff where
that
both
the
players
hatch
would
was
just
visible
stand
on
there
the
for
map.
all of
Use a key,
eternity
and
because
ensure everyone gets out
nobody.
safely. With
It was
little to no
basically you had to
counter
lose
for the
on
kill. One of the
purpose,
things
and
the obvious
neither
counter to this
person wanted to
situation
lose,
is to make sure
so
that the survivors can't
they
get
would just
enough
stand there
generators done.
forever.
I like your critical thinking, but there's a reason why this is the worst balanced game ever. Along with keys, survivors could bring other items with them into the match, like medkits and toolboxes. Medkits would allow you to heal yourself and others faster, and toolboxes were obviously there for doing generators quicker. At this time, one of the add-ons for the toolbox, called Brand New Part, could be used to instantly complete a generator. There were no skill checks, there was no downside. You just clicked the button and the generator was done. And because every survivor could bring one if they so chose, you could have games where 4 generators were done in the first 5 seconds of a game. Or if you were going for a hatch escape,
Imagine
you could bring 3
being a
brand new parts
developer
and
and
1
being
key,
that
complete
bad
2
at your
generators
job.
by hand, and then use the brand new
It
parts
really goes to
instantly
show you
complete the remaining
that there
3.
was
Once
almost
the hatch was
never
found, all you
any
had to
hope
do
for
was use
this.
the key
Like,
and get all 4 survivors safely out of the
the
game.
success
While this
of
might
Dead by
sound bad
Daylight
from
is
the killer's
literally
perspective, they had
so fucking like they're so lucky. Like they're honestly so lucky. I've never seen any company in my life get a freer ride than Behavior has had. Like their decisions by default should have made them fail. And so many other asymmetrical games would have launched at the same time as Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight would have been seen as like the absolute worst game. The only thing it really has going for it that's just wholly unique is its chase. That's it. Like if it wasn't for the chase in Dead by Daylight, the game would have nothing. I really do believe that. Like the chase literally makes the game. But balance wise, holy shit, this company never deserved to have success. Like they just didn't. Because these decisions are like literally 2 + 2 = 4 level of difficult to make, and they still chose the wrong answers. It goes to show you how bad MMR is in Dead by Daylight, right? Because like imagine this version of Dead by Daylight with MMR. Like how just unbelievably bad it would be, but somehow without MMR, this nostalgia version of Dead by Daylight feels better than modern Dead by Daylight with MMR in it. They didn't have any condition at all. Really? That's crazy. Like for some reason in my mind, I thought you had to at least hook somebody like 1 time to Mori them. Maybe that's just how it was when I started. 5 blink nurse versus 1 generator survivors. Well, the thing is you could like could you open the hatch at that point? I don't know. The hatch could be opened pretty quick. Yeah, the chess MMR system for 1v1s.
had their own tools that could end games quickly.
Actually, I can do this. You can see right here. There's a basket, and that's where he sits most of.
The Ebony
Nasty.
Mori was an offering that killers could use that would allow them to kill any survivor that they downed. Without having to waste time of using the hook mechanic, you could quickly and cinematically shred your way through the survivors. And with certain killers like the Hillbilly with an insta-down mechanic, you could make the game 3v1 within 10 seconds. And unlike with hooking survivors, there was no counterplay to this, as there was no way to stop a Mori animation when it began. Because of the nature of the game and killers being able to see what survivors are holding while they're in the lobby, killers could tell whether or not someone was going to bring
I mean, you can't say that the characters weren't extremely powerful on both sides.
It was a lose-lose for both sides, because the old ranking system required you to get multiple points in several different categories, and if you dominated the game too hard by ending it early, you wouldn't meet the threshold for ranking up, creating an on situation where a killer could kill all 4 survivors and D-rank, or all 4 survivors escape and D-rank.
That's because the game back then, again, the game wasn't about getting the 4K or escaping. It was about pipping. That was what everybody was trying to do. Everybody was trying to pip. So, like, it didn't matter. Like, yeah, you could have a Mori. If you were pissed off, you could go in with a Mori. You could kill everybody out of rage. But then the game's going to tell you you lost. And if you, like, likewise, like, if you went in with 4 brand new parts and you escaped in 2 seconds, the game would tell you that you lost the game because you didn't earn enough points. It's like a pleasure. You're like creating like a show for the entity, right? Is like kind of the idea of the pip system. So it didn't really ruin the game because you technically were still losing. But now you obviously would be winning if you just escaped and nothing else matters. It's really toxic. It's really shit, the MMR system.
But in a game like Dead by Daylight, the only real victory is making sure the other side isn't having any fun. Generators and hooks are the only ways that either side can progress the game, and while killers were never able to destroy generators, survivors had access to a perk called Saboteur that allowed them to sabotage hooks, which at the time would permanently destroy them and not allow them to be used for the remainder of the match. Because survivors could wiggle and eventually break free of the killer's grasp if they aren't hooked quickly enough, making sure the killer has nowhere to hook a survivor once they've been downed ensures that the killer can never progress the game. Thankfully, there are 4 hooks on the map that were never able to be destroyed, not even in this broken version of the game. Those were the basement hooks. The basement was an area that would usually spawn underneath the killer shack, and the only way in or out was a single staircase. Getting hooked down there as a survivor was an instant death sentence. Most survivors at the time wouldn't even go down to help you because they knew how hopeless the situation was. Because, more often than not, all of your hooks would be sabotaged, most killers would run a basement build. This was a combination of 2 perks at the time, Agitation and Iron Grasp, which made the killer faster when they carried survivors, and made it so that the wiggle percentage...
Do you see how, like, bad game design leads to bad gameplay? You know, like, you put it in so people can't... like, players will always find a way to win. They will. No matter what it is, if there is a possible way to win, the players will sniff it out. It's just odd to me that, like, players can do that almost instantly. Like, they don't even have to put much thought into it. It's, like, obvious, inherent what you need to do. Like, oh, they're breaking my hooks, but if I could put them in the basement, then I can make it to where they can never get out because I could just face camp the basement, right? At this stage of the game. So, like, that's just obvious. But, like, the devs don't, it's not ever obvious. Like, it's never obvious to them. Ever. They, like, literally are just staring blankly into a sea of data and numbers and have absolutely no idea what the, like, reality is of it. It's so odd.
Which was the mechanic that allowed survivors to break free of the killer's grasp, was reduced significantly, making it borderline impossible to ever escape from a killer. This pairing of perks allowed the killer to take you from wherever you were downed on the map all the way into the basement. And once you were there, you were not likely to get out. As the other 2 perks that a killer would run, Unrelenting and Save the Best for Last, would reduce the cooldown on their attacks so much that even if another survivor managed to get you off that hook, the killer could down both of you before you even reached the base of the stairs. Eventually, Dead by Daylight would release...
Wait. Did Unrelenting used to affect your recovery time even when you got hit? Don't forget the endless supply of glue to sniff. There is an endless supply, they make sure of that. It did? Holy shit. So you guys know more about me, because I started in 2017, so I missed, like, the peak gutter.
Leatherface, one of the strongest insta-down killers.
This guy
so
knows more
notorious for his
about old
defense
Dead by
of the
Daylight than
basement
I
that they
do. I'm
would be
guessing
known
that's when he
as
played it.
Basement Bubbas. But that's a discussion for a different time. The first licensed DLC for Dead by Daylight, the Halloween chapter, which brought Michael Myers and Laurie Strode, paved the way for future licensed DLCs, and as to be expected, broke the game even further. Haddonfield, the DLC added map, was so horribly imbalanced that most killers would DC at the site. There was even a house titled the House of Pain for how hard it was for killers to catch survivors.
Still,
there.
it's
One of
still
main
in the
issues
game.
At the time was that Haddonfield was
And
full
it's
of
even
windows and full of
stronger.
drop-down.
The current House of Pain is even stronger for Survivor than this version was.
For those who don't know, killers move slowly through windows while survivors move faster. And while technically if a survivor falls from a great height, they're supposed to be staggered for a couple seconds, slowing them and allowing the killer to catch up. There was a perk in the game called Balance Landing, which reduced the stagger effect from
Okay, I take that back. With Balance Landing, this version was stronger.
falls by up to 75%. And after landing, you would sprint at 150% of your normal running speed with a cooldown of only 40 seconds. And at the time, this wasn't an exhaustion perk, so you could use other things like Sprint Burst with this. If this sounds pretty horrible, it was. However, this might be the most balanced thing out of the entire DLC, because with this DLC, not only do we have Decisive Strike, but we have Object of Obsession. This perk, probably most out of everything I've mentioned so far, has left a scar on the community. And
The OG object. Can't believe the House of Pain and Badham still exists. It's really crazy.
is one of the reasons why people hate.
Don't you just love how like the game creates a problem, right? Like they create a problem like tunneling. They know it exists. They know people don't like it or whatever. And instead of trying to like think of like, okay, how can we fix this? Instead of fixing it, they leave it in the game because they know it frustrates people. And then they sell you a solution to it with Decisive Strike. A lot of live service games do that. Grand Theft Auto is fucking notorious for selling people solutions. Like they'll bring out something super overpowered, and then the next DLC will bring out something in the game that can counter the last thing that they released. They just create problems and then sell them, like sell solutions to you. Behavior does the same exact thing. Just loves to do that.
Survive with friends with so much passion. Object of Obsession was a perk that made you the obsession of the killer. Looking at them outside of their terror radius revealed your aura to each other, which essentially just meant you could see each other through walls. In a vacuum, this sounds like not the greatest perk. The killer can see you wherever you go, making it almost impossible to escape from them? Why would you want that? Well, with a little tool we call Discord, and something most people haven't heard of, Friends, you could not only track everything that the killer was doing, but relay every single movement. This made killers like Wraith, whose only power was going invisible, utterly useless, and killers like Trapper, that relied on strategically placing traps across the map that hopefully survivors would stand on, also useless. While this perk was released in 2016, it wouldn't get nerfed until 2021, making stealth killers released during this time, like Ghostface, almost unplayable. Other notable additions like Decisive Strike, which unlike how the perk is used now, as an anti-tunnel measure, used to allow you to stun the killer as soon as you were picked up for the first time. And because every single survivor could run it created what we now call the slug meta, where killers, knowing that everyone had Decisive Strike, would refuse to pick up survivors and just let them bleed out on the ground for 4 minutes. What an exciting time for Dead by Daylight that was. Killers also got their
we're
fair
in
share
that
of
time
goodies.
right now,
This
to
was
be
also
honest.
the introduction of Save the Best for Last, Play with Your Food, and Dying Light. All perks that would end up becoming staples of a lot of good killer builds until they were inevitably nerfed. And Michael, the newest killer to the Dead by Daylight killer roster, came with an add-on combo that was potentially stronger than even Maury's. His iridescent add-on, Judith's Tombstone, allowed you to insta-kill every single survivor.
All right, well, he's not well versed enough to know that Tombstone is better than the Eerie was, I should say. They're both dead now.
That you caught, even if they were at full health, and by comboing that with another add-on, you could have permanent tier 3 on Michael Myers, meaning that for the rest of the game, as long as you could get to tier 3 once, you would be able to insta-kill every survivor. Although, you would have to find the survivor first.
Moonlight
offerings and
offerings.
fog offerings
Oh, man.
were offerings that could change the way that the game looked. Certain moonlight offerings would allow you to dim the light of the map, and fog
True Star, much appreciated for growing some muttons.
The True Star grew some muttons.
Now, think of it this way. Imagine they got rid of like the Moonlight offering and the fog. Well, no, they could keep fog actually, but They got rid of the Moonlight offering, but like, imagine if they put in like weather offerings, how cool that would have been. You know, like, here's your, like, put snow or rain or some kind of like weather effect on the map. That would have been pretty sick. Much appreciated, MK. Been doing most of your adepts today. I was gonna end up slugging through V1 just because hooking and spreading hooks is so bad. It's so, dude, you get actively punished for it. You really do.
Fog offerings would allow you to increase the amount of fog on the map. Comboed together, you could have a map that is so dark that most killers can't see you, even if you're walking around right in front of them. This was made worse by Iron Will, which, when injured, would prevent you from making any noises, and the infamous P3 Claudette, which in layman terms was Prestige 3 Claudette, a character with a bloody cosmetic that allowed them to blend in with the environment, which rendered them borderline invisible. Funnily enough, Claudettes were hated on just about every side of the aisle, because every survivor that played with another Claudette would notice them crouching in the corner of the map.
Claudette doing? I don't know, probably hiding in a bush.
Claudette, can you do a fucking gen?
I don't know what to do. I've been literally getting chased for 20 minutes. Can she run?
You really shouldn't count this as...
Look at her. Run.
Just came back after
That was such a victorious match DVD. Imagine going down in history as being like one of the biggest cowards who's ever played.
Don't count. Claudette was
Getting
watching
generators. You.
And every killer was trying to figure out how to adjust their brightness to 400% so that they could actually see the goddamn game. I'm sure we were close to getting the Seeing Eye Dog DLC, but Behavior wasn't able to secure the license for
The
everyone.
last part.
So far, I haven't talked too much about Survive with Friends, even though they're a core reason of why Dead by Daylight is one of the most imbalanced games ever. Survive with Friends isn't anything complicated, all it is playing Survivor with your friends. In most games, this isn't really a problem. However, Dead by Daylight was obviously not made to give so much information to survivors. Not only is there no voice chat when you get into the game, there's no text chat, and the only form of communication that you can have with your other survivors in the game is by teabagging, pointing at them, or waving at them to come. Without perks, you shouldn't even be able to tell the location of other survivors in the game, and back then there was no way for you to know whether or not someone else was doing a generator, getting chased by a killer, or hiding in a locker for 60 seconds. Look at this dumbass killer, bro.
Like, I
You
think
ain't gonna find me,
animations
bro.
are better
You ain't
now.
finding me.
I'm not like
I'm the
somebody who
stealth fucking
defends the
god.
old animations, but
Yet, if you play
the
with your friends in
overall look of the
Discord,
game
all of
has
this information and more
really
is
been
available to you.
like
As I already went over, object
cleaned up
obsession
too
made the
much.
game
It
even
doesn't look
worse, and pretty much
gritty or
showcased that anytime you would run
like how
Survive
it
with friends, you would
used
have
to,
a
and I think it's
massive
only going to
advantage
get
over
less
anyone who
gritty
didn't.
over
It was
time
kind of like playing Among Us,
as they
but you
Fortnite
didn't
it more
mute
and
at the
more.
beginning.
Let's go.
Felix, you're not muted.
Killing time. Oh,
In general, there was really nothing wrong with Survive with Friends. Again, it was just you playing with your friends against someone running Object of Obsession and bringing multiple flashlights so you can never pick up a survivor without being stunned. Made the game awful to play for anyone who wasn't willing to play the most meta killer with the most meta perks, or for anyone new at the game. Flashlights were the items of choice for survivors during this time because they could do something called instant blind, where you'd point a flashlight at a killer and it would blind them before they could even look away. It was bad enough that even during mid-chase, you could be blinded by the survivor you're running after. This spawned numerous memes, including some where the trapper was in a corner being constantly clicked and flashlighted at by a group of 4 survivors. But you know what they say about those who fly too close to the sun. During a Korean Twitch event in 2017, Matthew Coate, the game director for Dead by Daylight,
Oh
had the
no, the
opportunity to
Korean
talk about
match.
Dead by Daylight with a panel of other hosts. One of the panelists mentioned that as survivors get better at the game becomes more survivor-sided. Here's what Matthew says.
Yeah, so when you're at the low levels, killers have a bit of an advantage, and when you get to the high levels, the survivors have a bit of an advantage, but it's a very, very small margin, and it's something that we're looking at and constantly trying to calibrate, and it's gonna change with the way we're rating the performance.
Bro.
That's something that's coming very soon.
Later, Matthew was even challenged by one of the hosts on the panel, saying that the game would be more balanced if he was a better player, and eventually coaxing him into playing killer in front of everybody.
Oh my god. Poor Matthew.
Talking about like
How embarrassing.
how good of a player that you would be, or how bad you would be. And since you're the developer, and he was saying, oh, it looks like you'll be pretty good since you're the developer, but him, Luxam, was saying that if you were a very skillful
Korean people, like, they care a lot about skill in video games. It's a huge thing there. Bang! The Fluffy has been cringe for 10 months. Much appreciated for the 10 months of just locking into the cringe lifestyle. Man, look at him. He when he asked him if he was good, he like did like a little wave motion with his hand, by the way. Like, I'm okay. And they goaded him in, man. And like it's like you're watching a man be assassinated on live TV.
That's what he said. If you don't mind, would you like playing, a game as a killer right now?
Sure, I can do that.
Keep in mind that this game was a public match. This was just a random group of survivors they found when they queued up in Korea. And this was one of the most one-sided
random match? I didn't know that.
The game director of Dead by Daylight was getting teabagged at every pallet, flashlighted mid-chase, insta-blinded every time they would go to hit a pallet, only had 2 hits on survivors the entire game, one of which was completely countered by adrenaline. And at the end of the game, in the post-game chat of a game that only lasted 5 minutes, the survivors typed, "Noob killer."
Noob killer.
Noob killer.
Sealing the flashlight's fate forever.
You felt how, the killers feel when, a team of 3, a team of 4 go up against you with flashlights and they just play around with you. So
Bro, this host is amazing. He's fucking giving him the shit.
You felt what, the pain was as being alone in the woods as a killer by yourself.
The flashlights are extremely powerful, and it's very frustrating when you get an organized group playing against you like this. These are tweaks that are gonna happen. But
these are tweaks that are gonna happen. Flashlight OP sign.
But some combinations are gonna be much more powerful.
Roughly 1 month later, flashlights were nerfed, and the insta-blind mechanic no longer exists.
Hey, though, like if you're having if you're not having fun on the game, why don't you just go take a break from it, huh? Can you guys? The DVD community is so guilty of bringing all of the pain on themselves because they're so fucking retroactive with their decision making. Do you know how many content creators in the Dead by Daylight community glazed all of the ideas this year that Behavior was planning on doing when it was so obvious they were all gonna just be a complete disaster, but they sat there and fucking glazed the ideas like they were gonna be amazing and make the game so much better. And then they all of these changes that we knew here at least were gonna be absolute dog shit come to the game, and then all of a sudden all of these creators that were they're gonna be such good changes do a 180 and immediately go, this is the worst state Dead. All of them made videos, multiple. This is the worst state Dead by Daylight's ever been in. The devs don't know what they're doing. Can you just imagine if the DVD community was just a little bit proactive instead of just completely 100% retroactive every single time, and then wonder why we get in these situations? It's so obvious that this is going to be dog shit, and yet they still have to glaze. And it's because DVD content creators, and I don't know, maybe other content creators and other games are like this too, but I don't know about it. I haven't seen it really. DVD content creators are so political, man. They're the most political group of people I've ever seen in my life. They literally are like politicians. They choose every word so carefully. Their main goal is staying on a good status with behavior, but also a good status with the kind of the majority of the DVD community, which means they can't really have any super unique takes on anything. They kind of just have to go with the majority and just ride the wave until just that majority we're all thinking this, right? So I'm just gonna say it. It just, if the DVD community had a pair of nuts, a little bit of balls, we could have gotten so much more done with the game. But after 10 years, we're still in such a gutter spot just because nobody is willing to just speak freely. I mean, very few people anyway. It's not about being good at your own game. Most devs aren't. It's about seeing in real time what's going on and seeing tweaks needed in real time. Yeah, and you have to go one of two routes. If you don't have the ability to balance your game effectively because you're not that good at it, then you need to not have an ego, and you need to like listen to like the people that are the best players in your game, I think. And then kind of work with that as much as you can. Because like you're never gonna get good information for people who don't really truly understand the game. That's how all humans work in groups. Yeah, you're right. It is. It is. It's just I don't know why like it might be because it's an asymmetrical game, I would imagine. But like I don't think you would so much see this in like a game like Rainbow Six Siege or something where you kind of have to have like this community brain, or it's you're dumb and you're weird. Like you couldn't even, do you know how many years in this game you couldn't tell people that stretch res gave you an advantage when it quite literally broke the game in an insane fundamental way? But if you said that, you were like ostracized, like they wanted you out, you know, like this guy thinks that stretch res gives you an advantage. Like it's the same thing that they love to do all the time, even with like stuff that's in the game, like windows of opportunity is a great example that people will tell you like windows of opportunity doesn't give you any advantage. It just fucking shows you where like they try to gaslight you, or they're stupid. I don't get it, but it's just really annoying that the DBD community is so retroactive with everything they do. Like I can't take any of their videos seriously when I see it. When I like the video comes out, it's like Dead by Daylight's in the worst state it's ever been. I'm like, then maybe you should have fucking said that these ideas sucked like 8 months ago. But like retroactively, they'll be like, we all knew that these updates weren't going to be good. Like, did we? Not that I saw. I'm pretty sure you actually said that these updates were going to be great. I'm pretty sure I could go on Twitter and in like 5 minutes, I could find like multiple tweets where you talked about how great the changes were going to be. Like what are you just lying for? You're just like, you're literally just lying. Like a real true politician. It's crazy. I'll never understand it, and I never want to be a part of it.
Existed. That game was like putting Oppenheimer in the fresh fallout of a nuclear bomb. Karmic retribution at its finest. I really do think we could solve all balance issues by forcing every Dead by Daylight dev to have to play against Survive with Friends stacks every single day. Now the flashlight nerf wasn't the end. Even today, using a flashlight as a survivor feels like you're chasing the killer instead of the other way around. But at least now, insta-blinds are no longer. Over time, admittedly, Dead by Daylight got more and more balanced. Sadly, balance didn't really mean more fun. Gen rushing, while not as strong as it used to be in the era of the old brand new parts where you could simply click a button and instantly complete a generator, was becoming more and more of an issue as the average skill of the player base was increasing. Not only were survivors able to hit better skill checks, but they were also getting more confident in dealing with the killer. Anyone who's played Dead by Daylight enough might know this feeling. Being utterly frightened at the beginning, hiding in corners, hiding in tall grass, and trying your best to avoid the killer while you get the gens done, before finally growing some balls after enough hours, and being confident enough to stick on a generator even if you hear that heartbeat. This not only meant the killers would have to deal with survivors that could loot them more easily, but they also had to apply more pressure than they ever have. And back in the day, there wasn't really much of an answer other than NOED and Ruin. NOED, also called No One Escapes Death, is the original second chance perk. Once the exit gates were opened, killers with this perk would increase their movement speed by 5% and have their missed attack cooldown decrease by 8%, which could stack with other perks that do the same thing. Not only that, but every hit on a survivor would instantly down them. In its original incarnation, this was simply a perk.
I mean, NOED didn't get changed too much.
No cooldown.
It's still really good.
Perk and frustrated the hell out of survivors. While this perk was meant to give killers like Trapper and Wraith, weaker killers that can be abused, a way back into the game to score a couple kills, there was nothing preventing nurses from running this perk as well. The only counterplay to a nurse with NOED was literally walking out of the map as soon as you saw it. You could be the best survivor in the world, but there's no way you're dodging a nurse with 7 blinks and 1 hit down. Later,
it doesn't work anymore.
It would get nerfed to only last for 120 seconds, 2 minutes, after the exit gates have been opened. A good change, but still, 2 minutes is plenty of time for a killer to take care of any
I didn't even know about that NOED nerf.
Stragglers. When the hag was introduced and we finally got our first taste of hexes, perks that were tied to totems that would randomly spawn on the map and once cleansed would remove the effect for the remainder of the game. This allowed for some counterplay to NOED, because if survivors did the optional side objective of cleansing all the totems on the map, NOED would never activate, potentially solving two problems at once, one being the killer's complaint that gens were being done too quickly,
Yeah, you don't have
and
time
two,
really to
survivors'
do
complaints
totems
that
anymore
NOED
unless
is
they're
too
literally
easy, an
hexes.
interesting and welcome way to balance parts of the game. However, as I said in the beginning, balance isn't always fun. There was another perk that was very popular at the time, almost every killer would run it. It was called Hex Ruin. I assume it was short
OG
for
Hex Ruin,
Ruin
guys.
the game, because
Wasn't
that's
it
certainly what
delicious?
this perk did at the time. This, along with some other perks, was one of the reasons that I could no longer get my friends to get into Dead by Daylight. How Hex Ruin worked was, every time a survivor would hit a good skill check, meaning just a regular skill check that provided no bonus, they would instead regress the generator by 5%. Great skill checks, which are hard to hit for new players, would grant 0% bonus progression on the generator. In other words, if you weren't hitting an incredibly hard quick time event, you would actually reverse the progress on a generator. And if there were multiple survivors on a generator all missing the skill checks, you wouldn't be able
This
to
is
make
like
any
one of the most
progress. And
balanced
killers weren't nice about this
ways
either.
to play
They
the
would run
game.
perk combos like Huntress's Lullaby that would remove the audio warning for a skill check coming up, or killers would play someone like the Doctor, which could make your skill check spawn at random spots on your screen. The counter to Ruin was finding it and cleansing it, therefore rendering it inactive and making the killer play with only 3 perks for the remainder of the game. There were a few problems with this during the time. For one, totems would spawn in a completely random spot on the map, and sometimes could even spawn directly in front of a survivor. Another problem was, certain killers like the Trapper and the Hag could place traps where their Ruin is and defend it the entire game. Thirdly, if you're a new survivor, you're going to have no idea what's happening and why the generator just won't make any progress. It was also even more frustrating for experienced players who knew what was happening and would have a new
Second chance perks question, Choi. How do you think the community would react if a killer could pop a completed gen? They would lose their minds and say it's the most overpowered thing that's ever existed in the game, even though Shoulder the Burden is essentially the same exact thing. Like, Shoulder the Burden is like the same exact thing. Why I lost my mind when that perk came out. It's the most unfair thing I've ever seen them add to Dead by Daylight on the Survivor side, I think. There were things that it just made certain killers literally unplayable, though. Like, when they, like, the original made for this made, like, every M1 killer literally unplayable. Like, you could not win a match with OG made for this unless you were an S tier. So, like, that's, I guess, more, like, egregious. But Shoulder the Burden is just so blatantly unfair. I'm checking the Steam player charts for DVD, and then I saw your stream title. They literally already lost all the players of the game from FNAF. Good job, behavior. Is that so? Let's take a quick look at it. Steam charts DVD. So, when did FNAF come out? It was in like July? No, it was in June, I think. So they got up to 120,000 players. And now they're peaking at around 49,000 with a day. So yeah, they're on schedule. We'll see. They're on schedule to be maybe back down to around the 30,000 mark by March. But then we'll see if the Stranger Things chapter might bump it up back up again, because that's what behavior does to stay like relevant, right? It's not the game, like the game design clearly. It's surviving and leeching off of licensed content. That's how you got to get it done.
player come to their generator, miss a skill check, and get rid of all of the progress they just made on this generator. I'll never forget when my friend asked whether Ruin was a built-in mechanic, because every single killer that we played against, even at the lowest rank possible, was running Ruin. It was extremely weak at the higher levels, as unless you were someone like the Hag that could defend all of your hexes, most coordinated survivors could figure out that Ruin...
It wasn't that weak, though. See, what you could do with... What I loved about this OG Hex Ruin so much is that it didn't regress the gens, right? I mean, it did in a way, because it, like, when you hit the skill check, it regressed it. But it realistically, you more or less were just doing gens slower. It didn't actually literally, like, the gen didn't regress if you weren't on it like it does now. So as a killer, you knew how sweaty your matches were going to be, because as long as Ruin was alive, you could go for chases and you didn't have to worry about the gens getting rushed. But when Ruin got destroyed, that's when you knew you had to lock in and start playing way more aggressive and tactical. So it allowed like the pacing of the game to breathe, and it gave survivors like a good side objective. Like, I don't know, I just think it was better. And you also had 3 perks for each killer that you could run that weren't gen defense, right? Because like Ruin was like the only gen defense perk. So you could be like, oh, let's run this build and this build and this build. Like, this synergy sounds fun. This synergy sounds fun. Now it's a literally like you have to be getting 10,000% value out of every perk you have in desperation. That's like modern DBD. And you have to sweat and play strategic literally from the get-go because you know the gens are not going to last.
Ruin is in the game and go find it and cleanse it, therefore rendering it useless against any high-tier survivor, but making it absolutely horrible for new players. Somewhere around the time where Ruin was at its most AIDS, the survivors' perks were beginning to become quite predictable as well. There was a certain build that every survivor would run that would take care of just about every single need they had. Adrenaline, Dead Hard, Borrowed Time, Decisive Strike, and Unbreakable were almost all but guaranteed to be on just about every survivor. Decisive Strike and Unbreakable were usually used interchangeably, as the killer had no way of knowing which one you had. On one hand, if they pick you up and you have Decisive Strike, they get stunned. On the other hand,
still an old DVD right now, by the way.
Just get back up.
He's showing modern footage, but he's talking about old DVD.
Once you began to face against experienced players in Dead by Daylight, all of the builds started to look the same. Most survivors would know what most killers were running, and most killers would know what most survivors were running. In a way, it was kind of like mutually assured destruction, where if one side decided to not bring a meta perk, they would get bullied for the rest of the game. Better to bring Moris and Noed than getting teabag and flashlight spammed by a bunch of survivors running Adrenaline and Dead Hard. And once again, killer balance was rearing its ugly head. We were approaching what some would call the worst time in Dead by Daylight history. The first killer, the Spirit, quickly became one of the best killers in the game, almost usurping Nurse. Her entire kit was built around fucking with survivors' heads and causing issues for even the most experienced survivors. She had a phasing mechanic, which would intermittently cause her to disappear for barely a second.
I'm curious about your guys' opinions on Spirit. Like, for me, I noticed a lot of similarities when Spirit released in comparison to how the Krasu was received, right? Like, Spirit came out, everybody was trying to say that she's stronger than Nurse, she's better than Nurse, she's the best killer in the game, there's no counterplay, she's brain dead. But, like, was it true? I don't remember really playing a lot of Survivor around that time, so, like, I don't remember how base Spirit was. I know people got really upset at her fake thing where, like, basically if she was next to you and she went into her phase, you had no idea if she was phasing or not, so it put you in like a lose-lose situation kind of thing. But like then like pro players came out and they showed you how you could kind of still make good guesses and still waste her time enough to where you could dumpster her. So it's always that weird thing where it's like no matter how strong a killer is, Survivor's always actually still stronger in the end. But yeah, I just noticed that similarity. Krasu, like everyone saying like, "Oh, she's better than Nurse now" and stuff. It really reminded me of when Spirit came out.
But long enough to mind
like
game
how much of it was just
completely passive and had nothing
like a
to do with how
story
good the Spirit was, and it would often gift you hits on survivors. Her vault animation that allowed her to go through windows also didn't play an animation at all. Instead of playing an actual animation, she would just teleport through it after about a second. Survivors had no way of knowing whether or not she was just mind gaming. Her main ability allowed her to leave a husk behind and travel through the ethereal plane. What this meant was she had a highly increased movement speed. She could no longer see survivors, but she could still hear them and see their scratch marks. And once she releases the power button, she could teleport to wherever she phase walked to. If a survivor was watching her phase walk, all they would see is the husk left behind, which only looks like the spirit is standing still. She was a character perfect for the time, and came with an add-on that silenced her phase walk queue, meaning survivors had no way of knowing whether or not she was phase walking, allowing her to grab them off of generators and instantly hook them. She was, and still is, one of the more oppressive killers in Dead by Daylight. However, her reign of terror
You
was
don't see
short-lived,
spirits
as
anymore
only
at
a
all.
few
She's like
months later,
Krasue.
Dead by
Like she
Daylight would
pretty much
release
doesn't
probably the
exist.
worst DLC they've
Especially with
ever
how
made.
bad the audio is.
Darkness Among Us. Sus. The Darkness Among Us
Oh,
DLC
God.
added Legion, a
The
new
first
killer,
school.
and Ormond, a new map. On release, Legion was the most broken killer in all of the game.
Can't wait.
Legion on release.
Oh,
I'm so salty about this. I'm so
Arguably
salty.
the worst time in DVD history, right? Like,
Really?
It's got to be discussed as like the worst period of time in the game's meta.
And Ormond was the absolute
Yeah, because he
worst map
just
to play if you were killer,
could keep you
and
mending
survivors would
forever,
send you
right?
here
Like nothing
every
ever
game.
got
In the
done.
trailer
He
for
just
the
literally
DLC,
mended
it
you for all
appeared that this would
eternity.
be some kind of deceptive killer in Among Us before
Forever
Among
Legion.
Us. When the Legion
Because
released, and it turned
was like
out
a
that
bug
it
though.
was
It like
actually just a
stacked
regular
his
M1
mending,
killer,
no?
and your main power was being really fast and smacking the shit out of survivors. Everyone was a little bit more than disappointed. Essentially how this killer would play was you'd activate your power to get a speed boost, allow you to jump through windows and vault over pallets faster, and every time you would hit a survivor, you would inflict deep wounds on them, extend the amount of time that you could stay in your power, and have every other survivor on the map revealed to you.
No, like
It was
you
a
literally
hit-and-run
would
style
have to
gameplay
like get
where
up to
you
the
could
point where
quickly
it would
injure
take
all
you
four
like 5
survivors on the
minutes
map,
to
but your
mend
power
like
had
a single
no inherent
time.
way of downing survivors by itself.
Monto
Now,
had
the
like a
deep wound
really
mechanic
infamous
is
video on
basically
it
a
where they
timer
had like
where
an
if
hour-long
survivors don't mend
match, and like I
themselves,
think they
it'll
still ended up
automatically
being the
go down. The timer is
Legion,
paused
even though
when
they
you're in
had to
chase
like
with the
mend for
killer.
like
That
5
way, the
minutes every
killer
time
could
they
just
got
chase
hit.
you and wait for the timer to run out. Players quickly found out that all you had to do was inflict deep wound and look at the ground, and it would count as ending the chase. So Legion players would hit you with deep wound and then look at the ground like the shy little guys they are, following you everywhere you go and waiting for you to inevitably drop from the deep wound.
Let's just go break this so I can get out of
The old deep
chase,
wound looks
follow
better,
the
doesn't
blood
it?
marks. Hi. That's the most toxic thing you can ever do on Legion. Just down them. They can't do anything because they're not in a chase, so they can't keep running. It's bullshit.
There were also other fun combos thrown with the Legion, like Stab Wound Study and Frank's Mixtape, that allowed you to ignore the main mechanic of Legion, which is hit one survivor, go for the next survivor, and quickly injure all of the survivors on the map. And instead, you would just chase one survivor, hit them again, and their deep wound timer would go down to 0.
And then we got Frank's Mixtape.
There were a lot of
basically
really
making it
bad
so that I only
variations
have
of
to hit
Legion
them
at the
3 times
start. They
with my
kept
ability in
remaking
order
him
to
over
down
and over and
them.
over again to try to get his power right. So this is the one where you just hit him over and
Go
over
ahead and
again until
double
they
hit
went
him, too.
down.
This obviously
Unironically,
felt
this
horrible
probably
if you were a
still wouldn't be
survivor player,
strong
because
enough
there
to
wasn't really
beat
much you
like
could do.
matches
The
in
Legion was
Perk
built around
DVD.
being able to vault windows quickly, vault pallets quickly.
The
but
cooldown
basically
time of
always
the
have a
power
guaranteed
would
hit on
probably
you.
still
Not
be
only was
good
this
as jizz.
exceptionally boring for survivors,
Yeah, I have a funny story too. I'm not gonna name names here, but prominent DVD survivor main literally banned me from their channel for a period of time because I ran Frank's Mixtape.
It was gonna be
It turns
angry
out
code,
that
wasn't
he
it?
just went on a thing where he banned everybody that used Frank's Mixtape.
whatever survivor you chose to bully that game
That
would
was
be having
angry bug for
zero
sure.
fun. Behavior quickly remedied this by nerfing the Legion, removing any way for him to get quick downs, and once every survivor was injured, you had to play him like a regular M1 killer without any power. Since then, Legion's always been quite a weak killer, and most survivors that play against him don't really have to heal up ever, as there really is
That's
no
the thing.
downside to being injured
There's
against
just
the
no
Legion,
reason to
and
heal
some
against
perks even
Legion.
get stronger when you're injured, which, speaking of healing,
That's important.
healing at Dead by Daylight has almost never been balanced. A prime example of this is the syringe add-on for the medkit. Nowadays, when you use the syringe, you'll heal after 16 seconds. You might have heard other people call this an instant heal, which is a side effect from back in the day when this item did in fact instantly heal you. So during a chase, all you'd have to do is drop a pallet and then instantly heal with a medkit, something that would usually take 16 seconds that you could immediately apply, and doing so during chase. Now that's pretty strong. However, that's probably the most balanced thing out of everything I'm going to
man.
list here. In classic Dead by Daylight fashion, they released a DLC called The Hour of the Witch, bringing a new survivor, Michaela Reed, and introducing boons, which are essentially just hex totems for survivors. Although there's never really a downside to having a boon, as even though killers can snuff them out, the survivor that has the boon can just keep reapplying them, as long as there are totems left to use. So ironically, the only people that can really get rid of boon totems forever are the survivors themselves. Now Michaela's boon totem is Circle of Healing. On release and for a while after, this boon was one of the
What a
most
horrible
popular
meta,
perks to
honestly.
run as a survivor, as any survivor within a 24-meter radius of the this boon, which every survivor could see the aura of, gave you 100% bonus to healing speeds and self-care. Self-care is a Claudette ability that allows you to heal yourself without another survivor doing it for you. The downside being that you would do it at a reduced speed. In other words, if just one person...
This guy's not really even like going after, like he's not making it personal. He's just literally, like this video has already been on for 30 minutes and we're not even into like 2018 yet. That's how badly like you have to imagine it quite literally is the worst balanced game of all time, because we're 30 minutes into the video and this guy has not even gotten low on content of what to shit talk going into like 2000 and is this 2019 maybe by now? I don't know, but like we haven't even reached MMR, which I think was 2021. So we have years and years. We're not like we didn't get to the halfway point. This is insane.
Person brought boon Circle of Healing and placed the boon on the map. That gave every survivor...
Wait, no. I think actually now with Michaela, with the boon totems, we are in MMR now, right? We just got there. I take that back.
The game an extra perk, on top of the fact that you're already going to be healing quicker. Keep in mind that if a killer brought Ruin into the game and a survivor cleansed that totem, that perk is now disabled for the rest of the game. It took behavior over
he did quite a big jump there, though. He went from talking about like self-care to
in Dead by Daylight history. I wish I could say that that was the most broken time for healing, but there is in fact one other time that puts even this one to shame: the God mode healing era. Back in the day, healing used to be a lot faster in Dead by Daylight. Not only that, but you could bring medkits and a perk like Botany Knowledge to increase your heal speeds even further. Survivors back in the day could self-care themselves faster then than they can heal others now. But with the perk Will Make It, not only could they heal themselves at blazingly fast speeds, they could heal themselves quicker than a killer could swing, giving survivors God mode for as long as the perk was active, which at the time was up to 2 minutes. This meant that you could essentially block a hook forever, and with some smart teamwork, you might be able to trap a killer in the corner. In classic Dead by Daylight fashion, the Hillbilly,
I never even saw this.
This is absolute bullshit. Down survivors, but for people who played Trapper and Wraith, the two weaker killers, there was absolutely no counterplay. The most hysterical thing about it was all it took was all 3 healing perks at the time, and you could have God mode. But that was all in the past. Surely, self-care will never be broken to the point where it could be abused against other killers as well, right? Freddy Krueger, another horror icon, has had an interesting balance history in Dead by Daylight, going from the weakest killer in Dead by Daylight history.
All right, man, you had your moment in the spotlight. I cannot make you sound good. Freddy is just that kid in school everyone bullied. Anyways, that was my tier list.
To one of the strongest.
Next up, we're gonna go for Freddy. Now, some people will question the fact that Freddy is this low.
To one of the weakest again.
The worst killer in the game, arguably, right now.
Okay, something important to point out there. What changed with Freddy that he went from A tier down to C tier after his update? What changed about him that made him go from A tier down to C tier, right? Because I'm fairly certain he was almost entirely the same during that period of time. Am I wrong? Like, what happened? Did he just get power crept that hard that he dropped to C tier? Because they reworked him, right? So they made it to where you could put on, he got the snares, or you could use an add-on to get the pallets. He could teleport to gens. Like, oh, was there, like, did he literally just drop from A tier to C tier simply because of MMR? Because if that's the case, I would assume that he never actually really was A tier, right? And that people had just lied. No. You're right. That's what it was. They got rid of Forever Freddy. That's what it was. Fucking Forever Freddy. So he used to have his swing chains add-on, and like Thana, he could just slow gens down so much that you basically could never get them done. Well, was that true? Not really. They were just really fucking slow. Like I still think you could have got them done, but that is why he was an A tier. The reason that didn't jump out at me right away is because I never really used the Forever Freddy build. I thought he had like way more interesting and fun add-ons that I would use at the time. But yeah, like the more like tryhard sweaty players were definitely using Forever Freddy to just slow the game down massively while they would like tunnel and shit. I remember that now. So, okay, it makes sense that he would drop from A tier to C tier simply just because of gen slowdown, though. That's kind of wild.
Is Freddy.
I'll let Matthew, my goat, explain what Freddy's original power was.
Freddy's power is called Dream Demon.
Side note, I know I'm talking a lot. I really liked when Matthew Cote did the narration for the new killers. It was just something really cool about it with like the trailers, and he did like a really good job. It felt so distinctively Dead by Daylight when he would do it. I miss it.
Freddy is invisible to non-sleepers, although he can be heard by paying close attention to the lullaby. When close enough to a normal survivor, Freddy can activate his power to tag him with sleepiness. Once a survivor is tagged with sleepiness, the killer suffers from a minor speed penalty and the survivor is gradually going to fall asleep.
Without, like,
during that time, the
different.
survivor's aura is no longer shown to Freddy. This is his chance of hiding or trying to wake up. After a short delay, the survivor falls asleep. He's now...
The add-on worked if you were asleep. So, like, when you would fall asleep, your gen speed would go down, like, aggressively.
In the dream world, he can now see the killer and be hurt by him.
In short, any survivors that weren't already asleep could not see or hear Freddy. Freddy, on the other hand, could not interact with a survivor that was awake. Freddy's only power at this time was putting survivors to sleep. And to achieve this, Freddy had to target survivors and wait 7 seconds before they would be put asleep. Once they were finally asleep, Freddy could hit them, see their aura once they're out of his terror radius.
This was apparently the worst version of Freddy, but I never played it myself.
Penalty, which
I didn't want to buy him because everybody told me it was so bad.
Sabotaging, cleansing totems, all of that was reduced by 50%. Survivors could do 3 things to wake themselves up: find another survivor to wake them up, get hooked, or fail a skill check. That last part is the reason that Freddy was the worst killer in the game. During this time, survivors who knew how Freddy's killer power worked would run self-care and intentionally miss the skill checks to be knocked out of the dream world. Once they did that, Freddy could no longer do anything to them. Awake survivors were completely immune to anything that Freddy would do. They could unhook in front of him, vault in front of him, do anything they wanted. As long as they weren't in the dream world, he was absolutely powerless. But did Freddy receive a rework? Did he receive a buff that would allow him to counterplay survivors? No, in the first patch after his release, Freddy only received nerfs. The reason for this being, Freddy was an absolute menace to anyone who did not know how his power worked. Not only could he see you from across the map, but all of your action speeds were 50% slower, meaning that new players who already had a problem doing generators were getting absolutely obliterated by Freddy players.
I don't remember this.
And so, Freddy remained in this limbo for another 2 years before he would finally get a rework, rejuvenating him and making him one of the strongest killers in Dead by Daylight. He functions almost exactly the same as he does now, but previously he had a lot of add-ons that would slow down the game, and paired with other perks.
Okay, so swing chains and jump rope. So you would have a 21% slowdown on gens, which is like full Thanatophobia while you're asleep, or while, you know. So it wasn't always that horrible, but like worst case scenario, it was like 21%. Then people would stack Thana on top of it, which I don't know at the time how high Thana went up to. So, but I'm assuming it would be somewhere around 40% slower gens, right? So then you would use that with something like Pop Goes the Weasel and like maybe like, no. I'm guessing you would run it with Tinkerer because Tinkerer would have infinite uses. So every time a gen would get close to being done, you would teleport to the gen, and then you would either have Pop or Ruin or something as like regression. So that was like the Forever Freddy build. You basically just kept cycling gens and never letting them get finished over and over and over again. And clearly that's annoying. And in this clip, like imagine, I don't think it was ever existed with Eruption. If it had, that would have probably been the most broken thing in the game. But yeah, that was the issue.
Gave him the moniker Forever Freddy, due to how long Freddy games could really get. However, there's been multiple nerfs since then, and now Sharpan Joe isn't quite what he used to be. It has come to my attention that you haven't subscribed yet, and as a result, we've decided to nerf Pig. The Pig is one of the funniest sagas in all of Dead by Daylight history. Nowadays, she lives in the infamous meme, Nerf Pig, But there's an explanation of why it seems that Dead by Daylight can't stop nerfing the pig. Much like it is nowadays, in 2018 when the pig first released, killers were complaining about how fast gens would progress, often losing 1 or 2 in the first chase. So to mitigate this, Behavior did what they would always do, and release a DLC that would address these problems.
Yeah, sell you a solution, guys, just like I was talking
bear traps
about.
on survivors' heads. Once down, the pig could put a reverse bear trap on a survivor's head, and the next time a generator was completed, that
Such a
trap would
cool
activate.
design
Survivors
idea,
would then have to
honestly.
go and search
Like,
through
such a
several
really
jigsaw
cool design
boxes
idea.
scattered across the map,
Such
and
a
hopefully
shame
remove the reverse bear trap from
that,
their heads. If they failed to
being an
or
M1
tried to
killer is
exit
so
through the gates,
annoyingly
the reverse bear
impossible.
trap would activate and kill them. At the time, she was the only killer with built-in slowdown, and because of the RNG nature of jigsaw boxes, sometimes being able to remove the reverse bear trap after the first jigsaw box, and sometimes having to go through 5, she was an absolute menace to new survivors. And initially, upon release, she could block the final jigsaw box so that nobody could get the key, and therefore they'd die. All of this makes it sound like the pig was actually a very strong killer, and technically
That was
she
Bowsy's
was.
fault that
Much
that
like
got
Freddy,
nerfed.
the pig has always been very good at killing newer survivors, skewing her kill rate, the statistics the devs use to balance the game, much higher than it really should be, which has, over the years, led to non-stop nerfs. First, they increased her terror radius, which is quite debilitating for a stealth killer. Later that year, they nerfed her reverse bear traps so that they no longer activated when the endgame collapse began, and therefore made the pig bad enough that gen rushing, the thing that she was
I actually didn't know that her traps used to activate during when the endgame collapse started. That's a weird thing to get rid of, honestly. Like, you should really be rewarded for that, because, like, think about it. Here's where let's get back into player agency again here, right? Because, like, as the pig player, if you wanted to, like, try to, like, save your head traps for the end part of the game so that, like, everyone had a head trap on their head towards the end, that could be like a way you could win the game in like a different style. But you have the agency to make that decision if you want to save your traps for later in the game or use them earlier in the game, right? So Behavior says, no, people don't like that. We're going to step in and make the decision for you, right? Like, that's the thing I hate the most about Behavior. Just they just can't let people just fucking play the game. They have to just constantly boil it down into boringness. Rewarding players for smart play. What game are you playing, Joey? No comment. It's just, get out of the bedroom. Let us do our thing. God damn it.
designed to stop actually countered her. If you couldn't down all 4 survivors and put a trap on their head before they completed all 5 generators, half your power would be disabled until the game ends. But that's not all. Once again, later that year, they would nerf the other part of the pig's power, her ambush attack, and make it no longer count as a basic attack. This meant things like save the best for last, sloppy butcher, and exposure attacks. Since these many nerfs, the pig received add-on reworks, which were essentially nerfs to many of her popular add-ons, and some changes to the general RNG of the jigsaw boxes. Most of these changes came as a surprise to the community, as she never really was a top killer. Both her and Freddy are perfect examples of why this game will never be balanced. No matter how bad a killer actually might be, if their average kill rate is a little bit too high, nerf them until all you see is blight and nurses.
Data.
Today, Dead by Daylight might be
gotta
the most balanced point it's ever been, but it's still filled with some of the absolute most ridiculous shit you've ever seen. Background player being one of the #1 offenders right now.
Oh my god, that guy's game is bright.
For example, the old Made for This and Hope combo, which would make survivors just as fast as Huntress, or Medal of Man, where every 4th hit you took would be completely free. So in summary, Dead by Daylight is the worst balanced game of all time, and will continue to be. The developers will keep adding more perks, more killers, each more unbalanced than the last, and each one being a paid DLC. The classic League of Legends strategy of making broken champions and collecting fat paychecks when people want to play them. Make sure to like the video, and if you're asking why I play this game, let me say this. Some people like cock and ball torture, and I like playing Dead by Daylight from time to time. While one makes it nearly impossible to procreate, and the other is cock and ball torture, I'd like to remind you, the viewer, not to kink shame. Swagmoney69, signing out.
It's a little joke, I like it.
Well, wouldn't you know it, as I'm making this video, Behavior went and did a Behavior thing and did a incredibly busted rework for the twins. The way the twins used to work was you had two parts of the killer, Charlotte and Victor. Charlotte functions just like a normal M1 killer, but her power allowed her to control Victor, a tiny little gremlin that will hop right off her body and could chase survivors very quickly. If you were healthy, Victor would latch onto you and make you injured, forcing the killer to have to control Charlotte again. And you couldn't use Victor unless you downed the survivor or that survivor.
Is it going to talk about the twins PTB where like Victor could just literally hit you and then instantly hit you again? Like the dumbest shit ever.
She was somewhat like the opposite of Legion, where you always wanted to be
that never made it to live.
Pair up so you could kick Victor. Now, there's somewhat of an opposite effect. In the PTB,
I am a more monster detective.
He gets a small cooldown on his attack, but then he can do it again, downing the survivor and giving control back to Charlotte. There is absolutely zero counterplay. I saw a clip of Aughts, a popular Dead by Daylight content creator,
this is
hit a survivor
the
3
PTB
times
CSS
in
test build in the top left.
10 seconds, with the survivor having absolutely no way of avoiding it.
Who thought this was a good idea,
That's the state of
bro?
Twitch right now. Am I right about that?
Absolutely. What I want to do is, I might get a custom compact that replaces twins in the picture of Legion, or with just a silhouette.
And are calling this the worst change that has ever been made.
This cannot go live. This is one of the worst things you've ever designed in the game's history. It is virtually zero counterplay.
Dude, we're at, like, this was year 8 they did this.
Right now it's just in the PTB.
That was Houndmaster gameplay in the background.
Out of the PTB as well.
Another question, playing killers was fun a long time ago, but now it's only stressful. Though that's an opinion, a valid opinion, but that's an opinion. I used to love playing as a killer, win or lose, it was fun, but currently no matter what, it's just filled with stress and anger. Killers aren't feared anymore.
Here it comes.
Do you have any plans or ideas how you would like to improve the killer experience? Well, I would say maybe try Survivor for a bit. No, but it's true. I mean, change it up. Maybe you're just tired, you know, or play something else for a week. Try Civilization or something, just for a refreshing change. Balance is. I shouldn't be saying that. Should I be saying that? It's a good game. Just play that. No, Bjorn is telling me I shouldn't be saying that. Okay.
It always comes from the top down, not the bottom up. Like, anytime you guys hear me, like, just shit on behavior, always know I'm shitting on them from the top down and not the bottom up. I'm sure there's many people at behavior that could balance the shit out of the game that have absolutely no voice at the company. And by the way, that's from RND Thursday. I'll put the link to that if I ever upload this as like a video or something. I'll put the link in there. That's crazy. He didn't even like, he could literally make a part 2 and a part 3 to that video. That's like how bad the state of the gutter is with the game. Maybe he needs to get off Civ and play more DVD. Cote is like gone, I think, at this point. I'm fairly certain he's just enjoying the royalty checks and living off the glue. Alright, so let's try out this Blood Lodge showcase as killer. I still kind of like Map of the Realm. It's hard, man. Map of the Realm is better against good survivors, I think. I think that's why I like it. The Call to Arms, it's really good too. It's such a hard choice because you don't have, like, you have to use Town Watch's Torch. That's not even an option. The Undetectable is 100% literally needed to play the killer. But yeah, this is hard. If you made like some kind of stealth build, maybe you could get away without Town Watch's Torch and then use Call to Arms instead. Let's like maybe look into if we can do that. Alright, so we have, this is like a real anti-slug build. Balls to the wall, but we're not hooking. Lethal. Doesn't give you enough, like, aura reading, I don't think. I've heard that Knight is horribly bugged, that's true, but we'll see. Phantom Fear. Let's try the lethal, maybe Franklin's. Eve. I'd have to give up Lethal Pursuer. Which helps more for pallet saves, Agitation, or Forever Entwined? Entwined. Agitation doesn't help you against pallet saves at all, really. I feel like I need to consider swapping Lethal off, and I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, if you're gonna do this, you need nowhere to hide. And we're not gonna be hooking, so we don't need a Mori. Let's try this. I'm curious. 4 medkits? Not a surprise. They'll never make an item stronger than a medkit, even if maps are insane and toolboxes are insane. People still love their medkits because there's no counterplay to them. About to give you my thoughts on it. I haven't played it yet. Nip rings. Good luck sneaking up on this map. That's true. The line of sight breakers are pretty bad. Instantly gives me vibes of the Walking Dead map still. I will say I appreciate the mist flying around. Looks pretty good. I think because I don't have lethal, it's safer to start with the jailer. Does she make that? Oh no, she does. It's gonna be close. Oh! Lie. Fucking live, bro. I'm a little rusty, I can feel it. I can feel it in my loins. No one's there. Where are they? No sprint burst? Hmm. See if I can catch somebody trying to sneak up this way. Is that a scratch mark? Scratch mark. I need to kick gens. I forgot about that. I already forgot my build 2 seconds in. Because of the thing, they can't like get away. That's big. Fortunately, I hurt myself a little bit with this add-on, don't I? I do. Yeah, Town Watch's torch is better. Maybe Call to Arms too. We're kind of learning. They can heal fast. They have a lot of med kits. Yeah, they healed her in 2 seconds. I'm surprised. Ugh. There's way she reversed on that. This is a very sweaty player right here. Man, 1, 2, 3 50-50s, 4 50-50s. This person has a time machine, actually. Not sure if I like the purple scratch marks. Like, they're visible, but I don't know, I kind of just don't like them. Ah, this is bad. We lost all of our pressure because of this sweaty bitch. Why are you shift Wing? Oh yeah, because I don't have undetectable. Keep forgetting that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep the pressure up enough. They nerfed Franklins too much, so they could just pick their medkits up and then still heal with them in 2 seconds. Like I said, like playing killer in this game now, it's like literally designed that you're supposed to lose every match you play. They're really annoying. Gonna try to turn off the undetectable, isn't it? Even if he goes down for it. She body blocks for him into a... Yeah. Okay. Let's wait for that torment to go off and then kick it. That way... They're actually trying to live back there? Hey, I don't think that's possible, actually. Alright, they're on that gen over there. Beautiful. She's trying to carry this team so hard. Oh, fuck. I heard him, but I didn't register for some reason. He wants live. She wants it. Crazy fucking pathing she just took there. Completely unpredictable. Oh, I think I could have won the game there too. Big, massive, massive mistake on my part. I still have undetectable, so we need to try to use that to our advantage here. I think these guys are like hiding around here somewhere trying to heal personally, but I don't know for sure. I do know they kind of need to get to Sable like soonish. Almost got her dead. We might see a desperation attempt to get her from somewhere. There it is. He has to commit. He doesn't have a choice. All right. Huge down on her there. Bang rage quit. We want Jake because he's getting chased. Poggers. Two gens done. Kind of crazy. Well, so much pressure. My God, I do wonder why. How does he like guarantee? Like he doesn't abandon. So what does the game feel like it has the right to reward him? Remember, he has 45 minutes of undefeatable power now. Dead are? No, off the record. He makes that. But the bots are pretty stupid. They might go down. Could have just let them all out, as I should have, right? How does the bot avoid getting detected by that? I spawned it like right on top of her. All like a free, just a free reset, by the way. 100% free reset just given to them. Crazy. Motherfucker's gonna abandon this time, that's for sure. It was almost like he knew he was gonna unhook himself, which is really interesting because he didn't have deliverance. It's weird, when you spawn your guard, it almost feels like it's spawning too low to the ground. and it feels like it's like getting clipped into the ground. Motherfucker, I ain't picking you up again. The radius is huge though. I think that was the assassin. Like the radius is still pretty big even for the assassin, for the bot to have dodged it. Data shows they got owned. Actually, true. The only person here that I think the Fung may have actually rage quit. I don't know if she hit the threshold for a bandit. But maybe she did. Bro's taking it like a man. He wants to lose. There's still people out there that have respect. Third down, you get abandoned. Oh, it's just down percentage time. No! Stop giving him second chances, game. God damn it. A man deserves to be murdered by a group of guards. Sprint Burst Resurgence, prove thyself off the record. Fucking phenomenal build. The only thing is I would still say that... Why did he know he was gonna unhook himself? Was it because of this salty jar of lips? He really felt like it was gonna work out? That's crazy. Adam was going for his adept achievement. So... yeah, I mean, it's a good build. I'm not gonna shit talk it. I just felt like off the record is a little unnecessary. I think if he used Vigil, he'd be way better off. That's sweaty build right there the Fung had. Makes sense, she was the best player. She was really sweaty. Built to last with a med kit. I don't recommend that. Jake bought the battle pass. That's actually a pretty cool emblem. That's like one cool thing about it. She couldn't carry it, guys. She couldn't carry it. I don't know. I think it looks okay. I like the mist and stuff, or the fog, or whatever it's supposed to be. It gives you a little bit of stealth capability. Well, I mean, it did okay. We can't say it didn't. It did feel a little bad not having the undetectable constantly, but then picking up their medkits was giving me undetectable without me even realizing it as well. I still think Choi Bonnick is probably your best bet all around though. How do you know when to full team slug and when to hook? Well, I mean, if you're asking that way, it goes under the assumption that you're trying to win the game by getting hooks. But like, When I pick a killer like Knight or Plague, I go in with the intention to try to slug them all to death from the very beginning, because you have to. You need to get rid of their like unbreakables, so you need to slug them early so they use their unbreakables early. And then when it comes to like their down timer, you have to think of their down timer almost as like a hook timer. So the more time they spend on the ground, the closer and closer they're getting to death, maybe without even really realizing it because they don't have hook states. But you're slowly kind of like boiling them in water without them realizing that they're actually getting close to death. And then when they do realize, like, man, I'm actually going to be dead soon, their teammates start to get way more desperate to get them up off the ground, and you can use that to your advantage. Wait, why do I have a dead man switch in here? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I would think like something like Deadlock or even Nowhere to Hide would be better. They nerfed the shit out of Deadlock though, didn't they? 25 seconds, pretty bad. Well, they're going to be injured most of the game anyway, so I don't think they're going to worry too much about Dragon's Grip. Yeah, the killer you're playing matters a lot. Now, there are instances where even if I go in with the intention to full slug, if I get like a map like Ormond, like normal Ormond or the original Ormond, I know that I'm fucked. Because you're not going to slug everybody on that map. It's just too big and easy to get around you, and there's way too much visibility. So, like, you're better off hooking somebody and then, like, aggressively trying to proxy camp a corner of the map as best you can. But, like, don't... You're never going to slug everybody on Ormond. The survivors would have to literally be zoo animals to get away with that. It's just like, when it comes down to it, Plague is 100% the best thing in the game for countering the current meta, outside of just brute forcing it with an S tier killer. The glue sniffer counter? Oh, good call out. The glue sniffer counter was actually for a stream we did a while ago where we were going to play just solo queue, and then I would, like, every glue sniffer I had on my team, I was just going to count how many glue sniffers we ran into in a one-day period of playing Survivor or solo queue. But then I myself, as a glue sniffer, forgot to ever put even one person in it. I forgot it every time. And then I gave up. I always wonder if double Eerie is the best way to go, or if it's better to put the thing on to where the gens stay infected more. I feel like that one helps your early game a lot, whereas this one, a bit of hit or miss. And they're trying to wait out the corrupt. That's a desperation. And now we're undetectable. Okay, we can sneak up on somebody. Alright, she wanted to get rid of my undetectable, so she decided to infect herself. Big. I think she knew I was gonna go for it, huh? Oh man, she shift W'd into another dimension. Thinking about putting nowhere to hide on, but dude, I hear her vomit like coughing, but I don't know where at. Turn first, huh? And keep line of sight broken. Auto shift W going on here. It's a smart way to play that like loop because it's actually way stronger. Big. See, we're just like here. You might be thinking like, what's the benefit of this? But we're building up their bleed out timers as they lay here. That's big. Oh, and we obviously have our priority as Jane, right? She's closer to death. We want to prioritize her more than the other one. We can't defend them both. She's crawling right to the gen, which is going to be really frustrating for them too. And we get her down. They get Jane up. All good. All part of the plan. That's a huge shift W to it. Palette density update, you know. Okay. Now we want to get undetectable here if we can. Yeah. I'm having like horrible frame drop. Alright. He's back up. This is all undetectable-age. Pretty wild. Need to figure out where that other girl is. That's really important, actually. Fuck, I lost my Vile Purge. Or my Scrub Purge. Alright, we're getting her lower. Let's break some pallets. Problem is this girl has sprint burst every time she gets up, which is kind of annoying, and that goes back on that gen again. At this point, they might try to cleanse to get her. There's gonna be 2 gens left, maybe 1 gen left when this girl dies. No lie, if there were line of sight breakers, this would probably be over, but the map's very, very open, so it's really hard to get anything done. It felt like Tom's, to be honest, but they might not realize that if that gen gets done, they're going to be in a really bad spot. Good. Do the jack. Pretty effective body blocking. You guys just want a 99 all the gens, or what's the deal here? Alright, well, she gets forced hesitation on her. Apparently not. Wow. Yeah, so they're fucking... It's a 4-man Discord Nitro for $9.99 a month, brother. Get in and get your Nitro. Black Friday sale. Those don't exist. I never lose! Never! I win. There's no such thing as losing. I'll stay in super open areas where they could see my line of sight from 16,000 miles away. Like, should maps exist that have this much line of sight? That's my question. Like, is it good to have a map that has this much line of sight? Where even if you're a stealth killer, the survivors can literally see you at all times without any effort put in. Get shit on, you suck! Your Discord nitro. Fucking so much Discord nitro in this lobby, it turned me into Macho Man Randy Savage. God damn it. Her cleansing is like her only chance right now, because if I see her aura again, it's literally over. One up. Alright, Force Hesitation is active. She's in more of a dead zone than her. A really strong tile here, though. I think she has more than enough time to get that girl up. Alright, we're gonna have to bloodlust her. This is like pretty much a god palette. This is insanely busted. Go! Sector 9! Get into Sector 9 right away! Like, should a 1v3 be this difficult? They're just running to god palettes. Like, I see their movement, I know they're running to god palettes, so like, why would I go there knowing that they're running to a god palette that there's no counterplay to? Like, this girl's gonna try to run this way early, right? Because she wants to get to that fucking tractor, man. She knows that she can waste 1,000 years of my life at that tractor. She's down. We get some undetectable here. Very slick, but grudge match. never lose! Discord Nitro. Black Friday. Should push her the other way, but I don't want her to, like... There's no way to get around her, I don't think. She's got her check spots locked in hard. Yeah, we gotta just do this until she makes a mistake, basically. Jeez. So far it's happened. A survivor is still in here. One person. The one hook wonder known as Plague. Bubonic Plague. The map isn't very good for slugging. Kind of a pain in the ass. They just see you 24/7. Makes it very easy for them to like run to big time wasters like Killer Shack and the truck loop over there. How they did that double pop at the same exact millisecond so that I could only get my power once. That was funny. Huge tale of the solo queue apocalypse, right? Bum bum. That's what I mean. Anybody who was saying that they used to be able to 12 hook easily without any, like, you know, any problem every match they played before the pallet density update, and now they suddenly can't even win a game anymore? Like, bullshit, brother. Bullshit. I tell you, 1000% what happened is a lot of the best killer players fucked off from the game because they got, like, disenfranchised or they swapped over to Survivor, and then all of a sudden the MMR, like, cap went down and people started playing against killers there or against survivors they're not used to playing against, and they started getting fucking giga dumpstered by them. And like one simple word. What does it say? Zero play. What a real one this guy is. That's crazy. He'll never... He has to be a serial killer, right? Like, if you could play a match out like that and be the bigger man and say, GG, well played. There's no universe where I believe you don't have people chained up in your basement and that you're a cannibal. Alright, so Mirrored Illusion. That's crazy to use Mirrored Illusion. Someone was trying to have fun. They'll never make that mistake again. Fucking ball torture. How many lives? Oh, we had a sprint burst ghost nodes, Jane. With Vigil, Botany. Fortunately, her medkit and her body knowledge didn't do shit that game. You haven't played Killers since V8, mainly been on League of Legends since the pallet density change. Supposedly they like semi reworked it, but you know what we really need is Demogorgon needs a massive buff when the Stranger Things chapter comes out. I still think that he's bottom 3 killer in the game. I think right now, who would my bottom 3 be? Demogorgon for sure. Oh yeah, we need to try out this, like, wait, the Skull Merchant changes didn't go through yet, did they? She still has like her old undetectable. I mean, we could try her out anyway, but anyway, I think it's yeah. Demogorgon, Hag for sure is in the bottom 3 right now. $5:30. Nice hanging with you, joint chat. Have a good night and day, everyone. Have a good sleep, Zug Zug. Caution, don't use her undetectable add-on. It's currently bugged and actually decreases the nerf her base count. Oh, really? I don't know who I would say is the bottom 3rd killer in the game. There's like general opinions, right? Like you could say like, you know, like Artist might be one of like the bottom 3 killers in the game, but you know that anybody who's actually an Artist main is gonna be dominating, so that doesn't really make sense. But in general, for most people, I think Artist would be like one of the worst experiences they could possibly have in the game. Yeah, Pig and Ghostface are gonna have a really rough time, but Cenobite's gotta be dropping pretty heavily. Alright, so increase the duration of undetectable. You say don't use this one? Which one though? The iridescent or the adaptive lighting? I don't know if I could say Trapper's top 3. We never lost a match with him, did we? When we did the worst killer, I think we won every match with Trapper. We won pretty much every match with Skull Merchant too. Lighting is bugged. How do you use then? Like, why is it that survivors with a claw trap suffer from exhausted effect for 6 seconds? Like, behavior literally acts like it's if a survivor doesn't have exhaustion at all times, they're gonna get insta-downed. Like, you could literally make this to where when you have a claw trap, you're permanently exhausted until it's removed, and it still probably wouldn't even be a good add-on. It would be like an okay add-on. Hey everyone, I'm glad I finally managed to get your stream. Wish you a pleasant Saturday and lots of fun games. Much appreciated, Cosmo. Like how all these add-ons just assume survivors are going to be covered in claw traps like the entire time. The only good stealth killer is Spirit. What about Plague and Night? The ironic thing about stealth killers is that people that aren't stealth killers are actually more effective at being stealth killers just by using stealth perks. That's like kind of something that shows you that stealth killers are like fundamentally problematic in a way, because it's like if they have a stealth killer like Ghostface or Pig or something, it's like they almost feel like they have to give you some kind of tell that they're near you, like a lullaby, or they make noise, or just some bullshit. Or they go super slow while they're in stealth mode. Like, There has to be some kind of caveat to it. But then when you play a normal killer and just put stealth perks on them, they don't have any of those caveats. So they're actually way more effective at being stealthy. It's kind of weird. If it's longer than 6 seconds of exhaustion, gray suit aces will spontaneously combust. There's more survivors or maybe less killers queuing into that other playlist. This matchmaking time is longer. Guy does really loud footsteps. He does. Look, Demogorgon. You're definitely gonna hear his fucking ass chunking in there when he gets close. But at least it slows down the Shift W enough. Alice Rose PvP is sadly another victim of Reddit. Holy shit, is it true? Is Severed Toe a good add-on for Plague? Which one was Severed Toe again? Frankfurt always having abysmally long queues, I see. What do you do about it, you know? I don't know what you do. This was such an odd thing because, like, back in the day, it was always the other way around, you know? Like, killer was never the longer queue time. What, like, are there just too many other games out there for people to play and they don't want to deal with Dead by Daylight anymore? It has to be because of MMR. Like, the erosion of MMR on the game. Juan, much appreciated for growing some buttons. Morning stream and you overslept. No!
Juan Guillermo grew some muttons.
It's the purple add-on that increases infection rate for survivors who perform interactions by 50%. I mean, it's not bad. It's a bit overrated as a purple add-on. Like, some people like to use it with, like, the one that extends the time of the gens. So, like, or the infection time of, like, things. So you can vomit on something and then when people work on it, they get infected really fast. But honestly, I think it's kind of trivial. I think you're better off just running the duration, because in the end they're gonna get infected pretty quick once they start working on the gen anyway. Not a bad add-on, just kind of mid. Yeah, like the green one for keeping them infected longer. And then obviously the iridescents are so both like insanely strong. There's no way there's more killers than survivors. I mean, I could always test it. I could get on my 0 MMR account and see how fast the queue times are for a 0 MMR killer. Oh wait, no. That killer has MMR, high MMR. I could make a new account though and check it. Am I gonna play Outlast Trials PvP again? If they make it to where there's like you're an actual person in the game, like when you play imposter and not just like some kind of glorified AI. No, right now I'm undetectable, right? So like the survivors could run right into me and not even know I'm here. Looks like they spawned on the other side of the map. With the new one, now I would have to recall both of those that I put up, so I'd actively be working against my power. Which makes no sense. Like, why would you work against your own power? That was a bad start. I had no idea where they were at. What are these guys doing? Not gonna bother with the movie theater. No. Player though. You stayed here, which is kind of wild. I have Franklin's on this? Guess Franklin's wasn't nerfed yet last time I played her. Got a stack on her. One over in this area. Not looking good here, are we? Other girl's gonna want to come in here for the trade soon. That's pretty much a guarantee. Okay. He overextended, by the way. Hit her in case she has like off the record or something. Ooh, terrible movement. Bro gets seen for even a second, it's over. I'm at FDS, I don't want to reset everything by picking her up. It's kind of like that example we were talking about earlier where like bad design leads to bad gameplay. Like I knew that I needed to hook her in like a really difficult spot and then try to defend the hook because the map is dog shit and the shift W on here is literally insane levels of shift W. I don't think she'll last long in a chase, but this is like a really fucking easy like tile to play. Oh, you're fucked, bro. Right in the view of the... Oh, yeah. You're like that, huh? You're like that, you know it's coming. You know you're gonna not... I'm gonna let him think he can make it. But you couldn't. Is any Skull Merchant changes go through yet? Other than her, like, inevitable nerf where they make it to where you have to recall to get, like, health back? No, I think they're saving the Skull Merchant changes for like or that at least that one at the very least for the first hotfix. Like, see, like if I recall this right now, I don't get stealth, but if I put one out, I do get stealth. So like when I know like a lot of people are telling me that like Pixel Bush like wanted that in the game, and maybe there's a reason for that I don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna act like I know everything, but in my mind, that sounds like a horrendous nerf to killer. Way more annoying to play. Which is not something you really want to be doing to a killer like Skull Merchant, in my opinion. They did in DC. Look, it's the casting of Frank Stone. It's the pathetic. Kind of bounced on me. Who wants to die? At least make it cinematic. Never mind. Since then, playing games from Background on Steam and some DVD recently. Currently finishing the Mass Effect trilogy at 100% yet again. I think I have like something like 40 total playthroughs of the Mass Effect trilogy. Completely no lived it. Couldn't stop. Frank Stone. It's just so lazy, boring, and the only good thing about the casting of Frank Stone was that it was in the Dead by Daylight universe, and that was kind of like interesting, but like literally every other aspect of it was terrible. We'll test her again once her other change comes out with the same build and see what happens. I do like my I don't know, like, does that sound better? Like, I'm always trying to figure out like where it's like you can't win, you know? You open the window and you hear people driving by and screaming relentlessly, and you try to close all the windows and then it sounds like you're in a dungeon, so there's no escape. The clean joy ASMR. We play killer in Dead by Daylight. No, I wish I felt the passion to play killer, but I don't, because like I feel like I've gotten rusty with a lot of killers, but I don't feel to play them because I know I'm going to play against like Giga Sweats and they're just going to end up pissing me off. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so when a survivor is speared, gain undetectable. The effect persists for 10 seconds after the survivor is no longer speared. Yeah, like it quite literally makes no sense. You still have a 32-meter terror radius? Potatoes. Alright, so you wanted me to see Sable's outfit that you say is for Gooners. Let's see, the Gooner outfit. Not her new outfit, but an older one. Oh, so you think like the Gooners want this one, huh? Are people really so foot obsessed that this is necessary? So what kind of like, what's the ultimate move here? Crazy though, she still has like nothing but awful haircuts except series, but you can't use that one. The goonage. Of course, Twitch chat is the one talking about gooning. Guilty. She has to be barefoot, guys. We have to make the money. I feel like giving Deathslinger a chance, you know? Hear you out, Bikini Houndmaster. I heard you out and you're promoted. So what's this? Nothing. And what's this? Oh. The behind the scenes footage of Chandler Rigg getting kidnapped by behavior, okay. Much appreciated, Elementals. We'll get it in. Bikini every killer in the game. Option. I think Bikini Plague would be a good one. Bikini Pig would be pretty interesting. Prasu would be funny if her, like, organs still wore a bikini even after she transformed. Skull Merchant would be illegal, like, goddamn. Unemi in a bikini, like a nice speedo. Yeah, Dracula skin with him covered in sunscreen. That'd be funny. I would like to see a human bathing suit with a leather face. Suffering in our stead. I live vicariously through you because playing killer is so stressful. I'm the same way. Like, when I watch people play, it's like I feel like I'm living like through them. But yeah, now it's my turn to ride the roller coaster of pain. You think the Nemi should be the one with the banana hammock? I always wanted him to put it in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre as a Leatherface skin. I thought they'd make a lot of money off of bathing suits like they did with Friday the 13th. Having all the like every character in that game in a bathing suit. Julie in a bathing suit, Leatherface in a banana hammock. Damn. TCM would have a higher population count than Dead by Daylight. EMs, huh? Heal a total of 100 health states. Holy shit. Equal 50 survivors. Repair a total of 60 generators. Chase for 800 seconds. What the fuck are these? That's kind of wild. Those are like, that's like a huge grind. Have you seen the trailers for Exodus? This game seems promising with Drew Karpyshyn as lead writer and other sci-fi games veterans. It's a successor to Mass Effect based on a fully new IP. You should check it out if you haven't already. Releases 2026. It's called Exodus, huh? I spelled it wrong, but we'll live.
Preparing to transfer now. This is your last chance to bail, June.
Do it.
weapon is a hell of a way to greet your new partner.
So you're June.
We're burning time. Now that we're all best of friends, let's make each other rich. I'm not just here to look pretty. I've got away with celestial tech. I see a lot of potential in this new partnership.
Let me light the way for you.
Target acquired.
Many thanks again for your help.
You should have been honest. This place is forbidden. The price is death. That's what it means to be a traveler.
Become the traveler. I need more information. It has potential, but I need more information. Drew Caption has written the original KOTOR and Mass Effect 1 and 2. That's like a huge, like, green flag. There's a lot of potential. But the setting looked a little bleak. I don't think the setting was too good. Like, I like sci-fi, but that was very, like... And, like, some parts of it, like, it reminded me of, like, Andromeda as well. Just very, like, Unreal Engine, sloppy. I want to see more, like, cities and dark, kind of gritty things like that. Those types of games. There's already ship Wing. Person wants to look very dark, by the way. Nah, this is a tryhard. Like a mega tryhard, I think, actually. This could be a 5-gen chase. Alright, so you overreacted a little bit. No, I didn't. 5-gen chase. Oh. Here's how we nerf items in this game. Just make Weave and Franklin's both base kit perks. And then you can bring whatever items you want. Deal? I'd have the Redeemer add-on. I should have let that break, actually. You coward. You piece of shit. I'm only 110, show mercy on me. GG. The game's over, by the way. There's no point to even try anymore at this point. I was too good of a chase. You lose. I lose the game. I can't. You add a mediocre chase into a bad chase. Game's over. We literally. There's nothing I can do now. like literally nothing I could do to win this game. Nothing. But I have to continue playing even though I know I'm gonna lose 2 minutes in. That's the biggest problem with Dead by Daylight and the biggest problem with playing Killer is you just fucking instantly giga-lose. Now they have like, oh god. Here comes the ego and you're not playing an S tier, so get shit on. Bro, you gotta hit every shot to even have a chance to get to endgame alive. Here's the correct play there, is just to pre-drop the pallet. Good thing Behavior made it to where the killer can abandon when all the gens are done and they don't have to stay here and literally just put nutsack in their mouth that's sweaty. Not an S-tier killer! Pull his pants down! Deserved. Guy's even trying to throw, and it's still not enough. Brother, that was a crazy read. Well, I don't know why you hid behind the tree, to be honest. I think she has DS and wanted to get down on purpose there. Oh, well, you don't have DS anymore, do ya? Get the fuck up. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose! "110% killers are in the game for some reason, guys. Nobody knows why they're in the game, but they feel the need to put 110% speed, movement speed killer in the game in 2025. I think that makes fucking 1 ounce of sense. Body block full mercy. Instant leave, huh? That guy really didn't give a shit about this match. What? That's bullshit. I hit that. Door wasn't even open. Ah, yeah, your ma. It's over. I'm gonna break this pallet to assert dominance. Nope, she gets to escape for free because what, the luck offerings just guarantee free unhooks today, or what's the deal? "45 seconds of like borrowed time I have to worry about." You know this girl's here. It's just the question is where is she exactly? I think this tree's my best bet, probably, to not get blinded. Yeah, the devs will literally sit down there with their bald fucking heads and look at the data and be like, yep, draw a game. Everything's going as planned. Every killer is a shit killer, honestly. Like, you literally just have to break the game in order to win your matches as killer. That's basically how it works. You just break the game and you'll win. Your matches are like on average like 3 to 4 minutes long. Just play perfect next time and you might get a 3K. Maybe. But people will celebrate that not only will people celebrate that we're back to this point of the game, right? Much appreciated, Feta. People will celebrate this, like, Killer's, yay, Killer's in a really good spot now. Like, no, it's been a year of Killer nerfs, and they finally stopped going, they didn't go through with the next iteration of enormous Killer nerfs. We are a year deep into fucking Killer nerfs. Like, we need to dig our way out of this to even make the game reasonable, but they're not going to, because they just are going to take the route of just play S tiers with full meta, and full meta is even boring now because like there isn't even like variety in meta. It's like you only have these few perks that still even barely do anything. So play an S tier, put on Thrilling Tremors, Grim Embrace, Pain Res, Dead Man Switch, just block the gens massively. There you go. But they're acting like a more like the most egregious killer nerfs of all time are somehow a buff for killer that they didn't go through. Like, imagine that. It doesn't make any sense. It's like you give somebody a cracker every day and you have them locked in a dungeon in your basement, right? Maybe an actor who used to work on the like Walking Dead or something like that. Locked in your basement. You go down every day and you give them this one cracker. And then someday you come down and you say, guess what? I'm not going to give you a cracker today. But then you come back like 3 hours later and go, yeah, I changed my mind. Here's half a cracker. And then they're like, yay! Like, no, you're still you've net lost. It's still a negative. They still buffed Survivor in this update. And now they have 15 seconds of infinite ability. And I don't know, man, like, as a Survivor, do you not get bored? Do you not get bored just playing again? Like, you literally have two options. You go against an S tier killer and your team gives up instantly. Or you go against an M1 killer and you don't even get chased because the match is over so quick. Like, those are your options as Survivor. Is that fun? Like, I don't want to even play Survivor because of that. It's just like, I literally 2-box to try to play against someone with a little bit of variety. That's like the only way I've managed to get a little bit of juice out of my squeeze. And then as killer, it's the opposite. Like I said, you S tier full gen defense, or you just fucking have 3-minute long matches. You have way too many escapes lately as Survivor than a year ago, and it does indeed get very boring. Like, let's just, like, real quick, let's go in, let's play a match of Survivor solo queue. We got our Sprint Burst Vigil build locked in. My teammates are always stupid, so I might just put Will Make It on, honestly. Play that whole match with the Gears theme song on the background. Once you get hooked, you can fly. At the only Troy Q&A about the setting and the lore of Exodus with Drew captured himself, more mature and deeper than Mass Effect. I mean, I can see maybe that to a degree, but it's just like in the trailer itself, it gave off a very like Andromeda vibes, right? It looked like you're searching for some kind of alien technology. It's the same thing Starfield did. It's the same thing Andromeda did. It's kind of a boring, like, it's like the go-to cherry for storytelling with sci-fi space odysseys. You know, like, there's an ancient, like, alien technology, and we want it, but other people want it, and, you know, like, and then that fucking giant bear, dude, like, that was pretty off-putting. Like, yeah, like we're fighting a giant bear as a boss? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'm not writing it off, but there are a bunch of red flags in there. A game that looks really interesting, but I don't know if it's real or not, is Rules of Engagement. I'll show you guys the, well, I can't show you the trailer because I'll get copyrighted. But go look up the trailer to Rules of Engagement. If you haven't seen it. It's like a extraction shooter type game, but it looks pretty interesting, the concept. A demi? Not a demi. Oh, an AFK teammate. Do you just, like, are you required by law to sniff glue in order to, like, fucking turn this game on? Like, when you go to turn it on, does it, like, literally just shoot out a fucking capsule of Elmer's and then you have to just shove it right in your fucking brain to get on the game? Like, we should literally be able to just cancel the match right now. She's AFK. She's not even playing. We're fucked. She's literally AFK. She's back now, but the damage has been done. Like, we're not gonna recover from this, even against the Demogorgon. Windows of Opportunity comes with a complimentary Elmer's bottle. That's good to know. Like, this rain needs to be like an absolute fucking goated looper in order to have a chance of taking out this demi. Might be a bad loop for me. Against demo, it's possible? Dude, my teammates aren't even doing like I don't know. The jet efficiency just is too low for that. put on Will Make It, I took off Blast Mine. It would have been peak if I had Blast Mine there. They also, she gave him a free hit, right? Like, I took her there, or I took the demo there, and she didn't get off the gen in time, so she took a free hit. Gave him a free hit. Like, this whole side of the map's like a complete dead zone except this one pallet. I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Like, there's no reason, though, that, like, my gen should be the one that's, like, most progress right now, right? Maybe I should just use resilience at this point. Or deja vu would probably be smarter. Yes, pop. I'll injure you guys. Please don't be up here. Damn. I could circle back to that maybe. I'm down. He deserves to lose! At this point, you're convinced DVD exists just so people who have never touched a video game in their entire life have a safe space. A safe space where they can spend money on cosmetics? I agree. He's got a portal over here. I'm like almost 100% convinced. I might have to take a D to get the gen. What am I kidding? It's not like he can teleport instantly. He has to fucking set up a portal to teleport here. Imagine you went AFK as killer until like the first gen pop. Not today, Satan! You're better off having an AFK teammate than playing against an S tier killer. This guy's still not gonna make it out. He has breakout. He's statistically destined to have to die because he has breakout. Yeah, breakout, dude. Statistically, you're not allowed to survive. Nice to see, Delbert. I hate those MMRs. We all do. Third time playing him. Yeah. How fast do you actually self-heal with this build here? So 35% normal healing speed, but this makes it go up by 50%, so then you're at, what, 85% normal healing speed? And then for each injured survivor, so you actually heal yourself at faster base healing speed with this build than if you, had, like, just bought, like, a basic brown med kit, right? Always hate the high MMR when it's AFK survivor. But I get it, like everybody, it's all like a matter of perception, right? So like, let's say that guy is playing like something like Dracula or Blight, and he thinks like, yeah, like this is like the shit, right? And then he goes and plays Demogorgon and tries to play against those players with a character like Demogorgon. He's just gonna feel like he's fucking got some kind of mental illness or something. Like he's not gonna have any chance. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, what are we looking forward to? Like, Stranger Things, when does it come out? Like, at least the PTB. Like, we can at least look forward to the PTB, right? Like, that should be at some point soonish. Maybe, like, I don't know, mid-December? Hopefully. You're not telling me the PTB is in fucking January, right? I will literally drown myself in a toilet right now. The 3.8 speed wheelchair killer to balance things out. Do it. Stream it, okay. It wouldn't be a normal toilet either. I'd make sure it was like one of those ones from Saw that's nice and poopy. 4th of December for Night Rain. Aren't you looking forward to GTA Mansions on December 9th? Don't you want to live in a mansion in Grand Theft Auto? Buffing Raider. Not gonna lie, I was one of the more pathetic players in that game. I only played the bow guy. But you know what? It's not really my fault because I almost always go for ranged characters in like every type of game that gives me the option to. I just always prefer range. They're finally adding that after a decade of people wanting it. It looks like. I could show you guys the trailer if you're into it. Exodus, I'm still, like I said, like there's red flags. Like I like this, right? Like this looks more like they're in a maybe like a city or something. But then look at him. Like, he's very Unreal Engine, right? It's a very video gamey, very Unreal Engine. Everything kind of looks like Fortnite type of thing. Like, her tattoos are just like super clean. Like, I'm not saying the story might be bad, but like, yeah, this look, I really don't like it anymore. I miss when games built their own engines, or the engines were more gritty. Everything now looks so clean. Like, I don't know. These enemies look okay, I guess. The spacesuit looks lame compared to like Mass Effect. Like, I really don't like this armor style. Like, this looks really bad. Very just fucking generic. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's gonna be mid, but it might have a good story because Drew Caption is pretty like amazing writer, so that's where we're at. This one is cinematic trailer.
Preparing to transfer
It says pre-alpha gameplay, so I'm guessing it's in-engine though. It's just like, I also don't know if you can make your own character. It looks like it's like a pre-scripted story, which is always kind of annoying in these types of games. Like, this looks like Andromeda here. Like, right? Doesn't that look like Andromeda? Like you're in one of those alien vaults? I don't know. I don't have hope. I'll be honest, I don't have hope. What is the rules of engagement? Who cares if I get a copyright strike at this point? Doesn't even matter anymore. It's just on a live stream. They make like no money after their like the live stream is over anyway, so it's not a big deal actually. Like, I think like 90% of people's Twitch streams are copyrighted as well, but they do it a little bit smarter. They just mute the audio. YouTube doesn't do that. Okay. This is a gameplay trailer, actually. We should be alright. Pretty much inspired by everything, I think. I think the game in Function works a little bit like Hunt Showdown, where there's like a boss on the map you have to find and kill. Then everybody's going for the boss. It's an extraction shooter where, like I said, it's kind of like Hunt Showdown. You go in, and the thing is like everything is like completely randomized based on all of like the horror, like creepypastas and movies, and it doesn't matter. Like, everything that they can put in the game is going to be in the game. So I think, like, I saw a trailer where they're fighting Demogorgons and stuff, like Dead by Daylight, or well, Stranger Things Demogorgon. So like anything could basically be there. Slender Man, Alien, Backrooms, like it's all gonna be in there. A lot of FPS gameplay in this trailer. Oh no, not a riot shield. Nobody likes riot shields. Nice ragdoll physics though. We'll see. It'll either be fun or gutter. I don't think there's much in between here. There's a baby Demogorgon. Riot shield equals dropped, bro. I don't know why devs put riot shields in their FPSs. Hey, but if there's a flamethrower guy, maybe you could just fucking burn the riot shielder. And riot shield comes at you and you have a flamethrower? Like, bitch ass, you wanna go? Does burn you to death. Incendiary bombs. This fire character seems kind of fucking ridiculous. I mean, I guess his range is kind of pathetic. Oh, look, there's the riot shielder. Yeah, riot shield gets fucked. Chinese? I think it is some kind of Asian developer, but I'm not sure. The name of the developer is just the Gray State. Like, I don't know who the Gray State is, but I'm assuming they're from Asia. What were we gonna look up originally? I came here for a reason to show. Oh, yeah. God, YouTube is so cringe, you can't just find the goddamn trailer. Alright. It's like 10 seconds long. I think they only show the trailer literally in this like last 2 seconds. Now, there's two things I know about this mansion here is that this mansion is not in the actual game world right now. So like they're adding it, but it's also a copy and paste of the mansion from the other, like the rich dude from the storyline. The interesting thing is though, is it's like the glass is all open, right? Like, so it's like not an instanced area, which is interesting. It's like, how do they want to make like a mansion that isn't instanced and you can go in and out of it without a loading screen in a multiplayer? We will have to see. But as long as they won't straight up delete accounts of every cheater and modder in the game, I ain't touching GTA 5 with a stick. Bro, I haven't played GTA Online in a public lobby in like 10 years. Like, literally, I haven't touched it in a public lobby in like 10 years. If not longer, actually. Don't remember the last time you played. My question is if I made a new character in GTA Online and only did pizza delivery missions, how long would it take me to buy a mansion just delivering pizza? Been playing a Red Dead Online more than GTA Online. Respectable. I really hope they come out with more content for Red Dead Online. I thought it was like dead for sure. But then like 3 months ago or so, they just randomly dropped a DLC for Red Dead 2 Online out of absolutely nowhere. It wasn't the biggest DLC, but like just like randomly adding 4 new missions, and the missions were kind of unique too. Like they didn't have like any like story really to them or anything, but they were pretty goddamn unique missions that just randomly got added. I think that means that somebody's fucking tinkering around there. Yeah, there's no crossplay. But the thing is that I think the game, like Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to launch on consoles only, I imagine. So they might have to consider making it cross-platform next time, which is scary as shit because the one good thing about playing like Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead on console is that you never had to really worry about cheaters, just exploiters. Now you're gonna have to worry about like actual hackers and shit if they make it crossplay. It'd be pretty annoying. The missions were unplayable on Xbox too, without a private lobby. You literally would like instantly get griefed by somebody on an oppressor the second you fucking like logged in. Like there was nothing but oppressor griefing going on, like nonstop. And just like behavior, they sold people a solution. The developers said Exodus is going to be similar to KOTOR, Mass Effect 1 and 2 in gameplay and structure. At first, it seems strange. If you delve deeper into the world and the idea of the game, everything makes sense without exaggeration. One of the most original games in recent times. I'm a sci-fi nerd, and I am really excited. Yeah, I don't want to deboner the excitement for it. I just, have a lot of... I'm like one of those people that like I've been burned too many times. Even though it sounds a little over the top with video games, but like it takes a lot, if not nearly impossible, to get me even like a little bit hyped for games at this point, because I just do not trust anything I hear or see until I actually have it in my hands. I'm looking at everything like a rodent. I think it's just part of maybe getting older, you just get more cynical. Yeah. There were hackers on the PS3 version of GT5. I remember the era where everyone was gifted billions of dollars in the game for oh yeah, you could mod PS3s and 360s. So back then there were modders. But you guys want to hear how much of a fucking Boy Scout I was when that glitch came out? So basically what people would do is they would put, there was like a cheat where you could put like a $16 million bounty or like a $50 million bounty on one of the people in the lobby. And then when you killed that person, you could split the payout with anybody in the lobby. So what people would do, or cheaters would do, is they would do that, kill somebody, and then they'd split the bounty and they would give everybody like millions and millions of dollars. But because I was such a Boy Scout that when this happened to me, instead of just taking the money and buying everything in the game like everyone else, I would dashboard the game so it wouldn't save, because I was terrified that somebody would like... I wasn't worried about getting banned. I just thought it would ruin the game for me if I had everything without... Like, if I just had everything, I don't know. I felt that I would be super bored and wouldn't want to play the game anymore. Sort of. It's Grand Theft Auto, you'll always play it sometimes, but... Now the people, I know a lot of people who they duplicated cars in Grand Theft Auto, and then they would sell the cars. Like later they had like garages and garages of duplicated cars, and they would just sell them to buy every new DLC, and Rockstar eventually cracked in on it and they deleted their characters. But didn't ban them, just deleted their characters. They had to start over from new. You gladly took the money because you were tired of grinding. The grind was horrific at the start. Like, the only thing you could do is play, like, contact missions in co-op to get money. Like, you had to really grind for everything, but it felt good. Like, I remember buying my first, like, penthouse apartment or whatever. I was like, yeah, I'm the shit. People couldn't just spawn in jets instantly and blow you up every 2 seconds. Tanks, I think, were the biggest problem back then. You had people who were driving around in tanks constantly. You had people who were in... I don't think passive mode was there at the start. No, you just had people in tanks blowing you up, but they were slow and you could see them on the map. The real biggest griefers would be the people who went to, like, the military base and stole a jet, and then they would, like, grief you until their jet exploded. But... that was pretty minor. I mean, they had to go through, like, effort and stuff to actually get the jet. I remember loading into Red Dead 2, and I think it was, like, the first day I played online. I went to this one shop, and I saw that the game at, like, level 100 would let you buy explosive rounds for your guns. And as soon as I saw that in the shop, I said, we have until people start to hit level 100, and then this game is gonna be fucking dog shit. Like, it never really was, because they got rid of like all the PvP in Red Dead Online, but like the game was super heavy PvP when it came out. Like, you were just constantly fighting people 24/7, and then they put in like a defensive mode, so it's not quite passive mode, but you can't be like locked onto. And then they put in to where you can't see people on the radar anymore. Like, they went like way more PvE with Red Dead than it was. But like at the beginning, it was super PvP, and you could grief the shit out of people. It was actually really fun. I liked it more at the start. They also did this really annoying update in Red Dead Online where they like upped all the movement speed in the game by like 50%. Everything, reloading, getting on your horse, running, walking, everything was like 50% faster, but the animations weren't made for going 50% faster. And I think that was a huge bummer of an update. Made the game feel way more shitty. Like, when you play single player, it all feels really nice and like kind of like slow pace, and then you go over to multiplayer and you just run like 100 miles an hour, and it's really sloppy. And like, you can like crouch while you're in first person and literally move at like fucking like ludicrous speed while crouched if you're in first person and stuff. It looks really fucking stupid, and it made the PvP like really dog shit too. Your guilty pleasure is watching cringe Red Dead Online RP servers. I don't know why, but they're so entertaining. I've seen that one British dude who does that. Like, he goes in and trolls them until they ban him in those videos. You tried Red Dead Online and people on controller have actual aimbot? I mean, yeah, that's just how Rockstar does it. Like, unless you... So how I think you get around that, if I'm not mistaken, is if you go into single player and you change your setting so that like there is no auto aim, like you basically put on like free aim, I think they call it, and then you go into multiplayer, it'll put you into a free aim lobby where nobody has there is no lock on at all. I think it's worked like that with pretty much all their games except maybe like Max Payne, but I think Max Payne they literally had free roam in like the settings when you went into matchmaking. It made the animations look like shit and clunky. Yeah, Bub Games, that's the guy. Yeah, it's crazy how those RP servers like try to milk so much money from people, but at the same time, those servers are so incredibly taxing. It's like a full-time job to run one of those servers. You're not only are you constantly fucking battling to keep the goddamn thing up without it going down, but you're constantly dealing with fucking complaints from people in your server, like nonstop. They just never shut the hell up and complain about literally everything. You're 100% like responsible for their fun too. Like, they won't just have fun on their own. Like, you constantly have to be doing like events and shit. Like, it's basically a full-time job to run one of those servers. I do not envy anybody who does it. Last month, a Reefer group was following me to every server I hopped to. We could have a fire, but ultimately I lost. They lost me because funny. It was a group of 108s, but thankfully I found a way to prevent this finally. What was your strategy to prevent it? You don't like GTA 5? Nico Bellic in This Criminal New York with its skyscrapers was the best game in the series, in your opinion? Yeah, so from like a single player perspective, it's not even a question for me. Like, Grand Theft Auto 4 was 100% better storyline than Grand Theft Auto 5. Grand Theft Auto 5 was like the Michael Bay version of Grand Theft Auto. Multiplayer wise, I had just absolutely an infinite amount of fun in GTA Online. Like, I mean, the original one, without any grinding or anything in it, just fucking messing around in the free roam. So I think that tells you a lot. I don't really feel like I've had that the same level of fun with GTA 5's online. It's always been more about like grinding and stuff. But I had a lot of fun with the Rockstar editor, making like dumb shorts and stuff with the Rockstar editor. I really hoped that they would put that in Red Dead, but they never did. Hmm. I don't think 5 had a bad storyline. It just like, so 5, like, the thing that bothered me with its storyline is that there's like, the game is just basically filled with people you hate. Like, every mission, everybody you're dealing with, you just fucking hate them. And it was kind of the same thing in GTA 4. You're just constantly dealing with an asshole that you want to kill, but like you can't. The problem is like in GTA 4, you always eventually kill the person, but in Grand Theft Auto 5, you never fucking kill anybody. Like, they all just get to live. And in only like in one of the 3 endings, you go on a rampage at the end and you kill all of them, but it's very lackluster and nobody even kills their own villains. Like, so you have like Trevor's villain, but like Franklin will kill him, and Franklin's villain, like, Trevor kills. It's like very like, and it's impersonal too. Like, you're always just shooting them with like an RPG from 100 miles away. So like all these people that you just hated the whole game, you don't really get like those satisfying kills like Grand Theft Auto 4 had. The heists are sick as shit though. I love the heist. And the characters like Trevor and stuff are really good. But yeah, like style-wise, I'm definitely more of a fan of Grand Theft Auto 4's grittiness and the city. I would have minded it if it was personal. It was like it was just like rushed, and it didn't feel sad. Like, I wanted like it to be close up. Maybe like, you know, like when Nico kills like Foster in the beginning, or when he kills Vlad, it's like really nice and delicious. There just feels like you're shooting like NPCs in a GTA Online mission. Like, you get out of your car, just blast them down. The one good one was the dude in the Ferris wheel though. Like, I liked the sniping the guy in the Ferris wheel. That's more of like what I'm talking about. Like, it should have been something more like that. But like all the other kills were just like blow up the convoy and he's in one of the cars. You don't even know which car you blew up. Like, I almost would have preferred, like, I think if it was up to me, what I would have done with GTA 5 to make it better is I would have made it to where those piece of shit, like, people that you hate would have died more throughout the game. You would have killed more of them throughout the game. And then, like, I don't think that Death Wish should have been like an ending you were allowed to pick. I think it should have forced you to have to choose between killing Michael or Trevor. And I think that would have been more of the kind of dark ending I would have liked. Obviously, I could have chosen one of those endings, but it just felt like, why would I ever choose anything but Death Wish if it gives me the option? Death Wish is where everyone lives, if you don't know. Everybody gets to live. Michael's death ending is probably the most dramatic one. I like probably the best ending in the game, actually. It just doesn't really make that much sense. Is Death Wish the canon ending? Yeah. So, Death Wish.
What's the panic? Hey, look, hear me out, man.
So they do this huge holdout, right? And then after they do the holdout, they have to go, like, after this part here, they have to go out and kill all the villains in the game. So you're all driving around. Right here, you're playing as Michael, I think, and you're killing Stretch, which is Franklin's like nemesis. So let's see like how this kill plays out. So he's playing a basketball game and he runs up and he's just having him. I mean, I guess you could kill him however you want, but there's like, I don't know. It just feels like very GTA Online, right? To kill like one of the main villains in the game this way. So then you swap over to Trevor, and this is the one I like.
Oh, this is crap.
Because look, it's more cinematic, right? Like, this is like one of the main characters you dealt with throughout the whole game. Like,
Yeah, you're looking great. Is it?
it wasn't Trevor's enemy, it was Michael's, but...
Nice. So, well, say something. Check.
City of scumbags.
Then you snipe him live on the air. Like, that's cool.
What's his name? He shot him.
And then... Mike, or... Who's Franklin? Yeah, see, like, Franklin takes out the, like, the Korean enemy. He's in a convoy. You could go there and blow up the convoy or just drive by. Like, really? And then, yeah, Trevor takes out the final dude, but you kidnap him, and then this scene's not bad. You drive him to like the end, and then you have like an ending cutscene, and they, I think when they're done with the cutscene, they push him. So that's good. The final kill's good. Push him off the bridge. That makes this ending worth it, probably. It was Chinese, not Korean? Oh. Why do I remember it being Korean people? Was there Korean enemies in the game? Or was it Chinese the whole time? I haven't played GTA 5 storyline in like 10 years though, so... alright. Like, all these are so good. Like, literally all of them are so good.
You're a fucking junkie. Kill me, Dan. You fucking.
So you're playing it right now? I've been considering playing it again before GTA 6 comes out. But I played it so many times back, like, when it came out. Like, I think I played through the campaign like 10 times, so... I don't think there'd be anything that I wouldn't remember. Except that, obviously. Like, I didn't know it was Chinese.
Come on.
So here you get to choose if you let him live or die. And obviously, like, he's gonna kill him because that's the name of the video.
Let's go, cousin. Where am I? What is this place? You say I ruined you? You were always a killer. I just helped you see that. I'm lost. I'm lost.
I don't think I've ever let him just talk so much, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because the guy's making like a TV show the whole game, and he gets sniped like while filming his TV show. Like, I could have lived with that one. It was unique. But just shooting somebody at a convoy or something, man, I can't live with it. Can't do it. I need more. Demonetized.
That was for everyone. That was for me. Okay, Nico, it's over. It's all over now. Leave him there. We should go before I...
Never seen Nico kill him before. Pretty savage. I think it's even more savage if you have like the Desert Eagle when you do the mission. Welcome to America. Yeah. Skip this mission to the end part. This one's really good.
I've only done what I believe. None of you will survive in this country without betrayed? Betrayed by Dimitri and by you. Too kind. That's what I was. Too kind. I let the snakes into the nest and they destroyed everything. You betrayed yourself, Mr. Faustin.
Ragdoll. Dead.
Did you think I was a joke?
Yeah, tell him, Nico. Shit talk. But like all the enemies in the game pretty much die that way in GTA 4, like some kind of mini cutscene. It's memorable. I actually did know that he was inspired by that character. They look like identical. Even like the outfit he wears is in the game, that like blue jumpsuit. San Andreas is still your favorite GTA though. It's hard not to really like, it's one of those weird things where it's like, does nostalgia beat, like, I don't know. Because like for me, like my brain melted when I was a kid playing San Andreas. I think I was like 12 when it came out. It was so fucking amazing that like I don't think anything has ever peaked that hard before or since then again. It's just absolutely the peak that you could have. And I was obsessed with Vice City even before that game, but I did try to play the remaster of San Andreas, but yeah, I didn't finish it. I got to Las Venturas and then I fizzled out because the mission was pissing me off. It really felt like in San Andreas they wanted you to just be able to do everything, which makes sense because the whole hot coffee thing that happened got them into very hot water. Like they almost like closed the studio because of that, because they were going to get sued into oblivion. How many? Can't watch this with audio. But this game's looking so fucking crazy. Like, look at this though. Like, this isn't Unreal Engine, right? Like, you could see clearly that this is not Unreal Engine. And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but it looks completely and wholly unique. Like, it doesn't look like any other game I've seen. Hot coffee. So basically, there was like a real sex mini game in the game, but Rockstar cut it because it was too graphic for, you know, to get released. It would have an NC-17 rating. But basically, like, people who modded the game found the files and yeah, it was the hot coffee mod. Honestly, it was like, now looking back on it, the graphics were so shitty, you could probably find it on YouTube unedited because it's like, it's just so the graphics are so shit that it wouldn't even count as like something that would get taken off YouTube. You keep seeing memes of the GTA 6 main character being Arthur. I mean, they have like a macho man type of vibe to them. That almost looks like a GTA 4 or 5 animation, like when you shoot somebody and they don't die, but they lay on the ground. That's kind of concerning. It looks like they're going really hard into the NPCs in this game. Like, the NPCs look like they're constantly reacting to what you're doing. Driving and calling you by name and stuff. Like, could just be edited for the trailer. There's a cat here. Like, is this just like an event here, or is that actually, is that part of the mission? Like, there's a lot of questions when you watch trailers like this.
I think you heard before.
You might have.
He has like an Arthur Morgan type voice too. Would her hair look that good coming out of prison? Like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it looks a little okay. And like from the front, it looks like reasonable, but from the back, it looked a little bit like ridiculous.
Hey.
They're gonna like bang in this trailer like 40 times. Wait, she has an ankle monitor on there. Okay, well that's definitely gonna have some kind of gameplay like thing. Maybe you can't play as her until she gets this removed or something.
Hands above your head.
Animations look really good.
Now.
I mean, it's Rockstar, right? What are they robbing here?
You stay.
Yeah, he has such an Arthur Morgan voice. You stay, like.
You stay.
Time to shag again. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. It's like blabbed about Grand Theft Auto for like an hour. Ooh. What happens if Grand Theft Auto 6 isn't a good game? Like, is gaming just dead at that point? Or do we all just set our attention on the next thing and have hope? Some people don't even like GTA, but that's kind of insane to me. GTA RP is boring as fuck. The only GTA RP I ever watched that I really liked, and I don't know why, is Soda Poppin' had this series called like Life of Kevin that came out like years and years ago when like GTA RP started to boom. And it's basically he just RPs his like story as like a loser. And it was like really entertaining to watch. Like I watched every episode of it. But after that, meh. I never found anyone else who made it interesting. Dude, like the amount of money they've put into this game and that they're going to put into the marketing of this game when it's actually ready to be released is going to be like a make it or break it thing. Like this company would probably go bankrupt if GTA 6 was like a flop. I just don't see how it can be though. Like it's like it seems impossible for the game to fail. Even if the story is shit, I don't think that this game can be a failure.
Trust me, this place is just
It's just the detail, just having a sandbox alone. You have a steak in your fucking house. Like, come on.
the only thing that matters is who you
Like, you know what I
are
mean?
and what you got.
This looks impossible to fail.
Gonna do this.
Like, the only thing that could, I think, kill this game is if it's super buggy. But that would it kill it? I don't think so. Like, it would have to be so buggy it would be nearly unplayable. Or that the game, this is another thing that could happen, that current gen consoles like Series X and PS5 are not strong enough to run this game to where it looks even like decently this good. And they release a game that runs like 30 FPS, 1080p, like just like really meh. The girl kind of looks like Arthur's wife. Yeah, I've seen that that thing. It's like a short somebody made of him being Arthur and her being the chick that like he almost married.
This full effect. They got your name, address, they got everything.
This like confuses me, right? Like, is this a playable character in the game or something? Or is this guy like, are one of these a playable character? Like, why is it showing the story from like the cop's point of view as well as their point of view? You know what I mean? Like, what do you play as this guy? I feel like they haven't announced yet that they're going to, that there's going to be like a third main character that's like a police officer, because there's never a time in like the Grand Theft Auto series that I'm aware of where it shows you like the police or like the enemy's point of view. right?
Us cops, we gotta protect each other.
Like, see what I mean? Like, that's just weird. Like, there's no way. Like, are you playing as whatever this is? Or is like the main character in this game a police officer and they just didn't show that yet? But that, like, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, Macabello, how much appreciated for growing some muttons. Time to shout again.
You and me, Lou. We got this.
We got it.
Alright. Well, you get the idea. Anyway, double agent possible, but not a good one, because like he's clearly not on the side of the police. Yeah, LA Noire was good, but LA Noire depressed me a little bit because you find out like at a certain point in the game that basically none of your cases mattered at all anyway, and that you were just being lied to the entire time. So it's like, wait, what? There was like one killer and I just like basically arrested all these people for no reason. That one kind of annoyed me, the Dahlia storyline. But everything else was really good. The sound effect of just walking in that game. Easy. Got it. All right. Gotta go now, guys. So yeah, much appreciated for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your day. How much do I think the game will cost? 80 or 70. I don't think Rockstar is going to push it, honestly. I think they just want to sell the game. And they probably want to, like, they're going to do the thing Rockstar always does with GTA. They're going to sell the game, and then a year later when the next-gen consoles come out, they're going to make you re-buy the game again, and we're all going to re-buy the game again or buy it on PC because at the end of the day, we have no choice. If you're a Rockstar fan, you literally have to sniff the glue and spend the money because you know deep down that it's just worth it. I've bought in Grand Theft Auto 5 like 7 times at this point. And the first time I ever bought it, I bought the collector's edition, which had literally the lifespan of a single year. Alrighty, guys. See you all maybe tomorrow? Tomorrow?